You are lying still, eyes closed, the ceiling above you a quiet expanse of white plaster, slightly cracked where the light fixture once hung, now just a faint shadow in the dim glow from the hallway. Your breath is slow, even, and there is no need to change it. The room holds you as it always has, not with pressure, but with patience. The same way the bed remembers your shape, the pillow your cheeks curve, the sheets your warmth after you've risen. You are not trying to find anything. Not a memory, not a version of yourself that slipped away. Just here, breathing, letting the quiet settle into the hollows between your ribs. Tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. There was a time when you knew every scratch on the kitchen table, the one near the edge where you carved your initials with a butter knife, too young to understand permanence, too small to see how the wood would grow around it over years. You don't remember carving it now. Not the feel of the blade, not the smell of pine resin rising as the wood split. But the table is still there. The scratch still exists. And somewhere in the architecture of your bones, in the way you tilt your head when listening to someone speak, or how you always turn the kettle left before filling it, something of that child remains. Not as a story you tell yourself, but as an echo in motion. You do not need to retrieve it. You only need to notice that something has stayed. You remember the way the light fell through your bedroom window on summer mornings, not because you tried to hold on to it, but because the air was warm and thick with dust motes, and you lay there watching them drift like tiny galaxies no one had named yet. That room is gone now. The wallpaper peeled, the curtains replaced twice over. But sometimes, when you sit by a window in the afternoon, and the light catches just so, your hand moves without thought to brush away an invisible speck from the sill. You don't know why, there's no reason for it, yet you do it anyway. There was a stuffed bear with one button eye missing, stitched back on crookedly by your mother after you cried for 3 nights straight. You don't remember its name, or whether it slept beside you every night or only the ones when thunder rolled through the valley outside your window. But there is still in your chest the echo of pressing your forehead to its fur and breathing in deeply until the fear loosened. That act, pressing, breathing, waiting, still lives in how you hold yourself now when the world feels too loud. Not as memory, as habit, as rhythm. You used to walk barefoot across the cool tile of the hallway at night, tracing the seam between floorboards with your toes, counting them like prayers. You don't know why you did it. You don't remember how many there were. But sometimes when you pass through a quiet house in the dark, even now, your feet twitch toward the edge of the rug, as if expecting the familiar ridge beneath them. You are not meant to recover these things, not to reconstruct them into a coherent past, not to stitch together a narrative that makes sense of who you were then and who you are now. You are here to let them be fragments, unconnected, unclaimed, unburdened by meaning. They do not need to belong to you in order to have shaped you. The way rain doesn't need to know it fell on your roof to leave a stain on the sill. There is no version of yourself that vanished, only versions that changed, not because they were lost, but because they grew into other shapes, like moss spreading over stone or vines wrapping around a fence until the wood beneath is barely visible. You are not less because you don't remember everything. You are simply different, worn smooth in places, thickened elsewhere, softened by time, hardened by quiet. You do not have to feel sadness about what's gone, nor pride over what remains, just presence. The same way a tree doesn't mourn its oldest leaves, they fall and the wind carries them and the soil holds them and new ones rise without apology. You are still here, still breathing, still shaped by things you no longer name. You recall once when you were very small, sitting on the floor of your grandmother's closet, surrounded by coats that smelled like camphor and lavender, listening to her hum while she sorted scarves. You didn't speak. You didn't need to. The silence there was not empty. It was full of something steady, something that did not demand anything from you. You don't remember the color of those scarves, or whether she wore them in winter or summer. But sometimes, when you fold laundry now, you pause for a moment before placing a sweater on top of another, just so. The way it felt to sit there, surrounded by softness, held without words. That feeling is still with you, not as memory, as texture. You do not need to trace its origin. You only need to feel it again now, here in the dark, under the quiet ceiling. There was a time when your favorite thing was watching rain streak down the window pane and imagining each line was a path someone else had walked. Some child, some stranger, some older version of yourself you never met. You didn't think about where they went or why they were walking. You just watched them bend around the glass, slow and sure. You don't do that anymore. But sometimes when it rains, your eyes still find the window first. And in those moments, when the rain falls and you are still, you are not trying to be the child you once were, nor are you trying to become someone new. You are simply here, watching, letting the lines run. The air is cool against your skin, the weight of the blanket just enough to feel real without pressing down. Your fingers rest lightly on your chest, not holding anything, just resting. The quiet deepens. There is no need to remember what came before this moment, only to be in it now as you are. And if a fragment surfaces, a scent, a sound, the ghost of a touch, it does not ask for explanation. It only asks that you notice it and let it pass. Like breath, like rain on glass. You are not required to hold any part of yourself together. Not even this one. There was a time you kept a small stone in your pocket, not because it was special, but because it fit just right beneath your thumb, smooth from years of handling, warm from your skin even when the air was cold. You didn't think about where it came from or why you picked it up that day at the edge of the creek. It never felt like a keepsake. It simply was. And now, when you reach into your coat without thinking, your fingers still brush against empty fabric. But sometimes, in the hush between breaths, you feel again the pressure of its edges against your skin, not as memory, but as a quiet echo, the kind that lingers in the bones long after the object is gone. You used to sit on the back step at dusk and watch the light fade from the leaves until they turned gray, then silver, then nothing. You didn't wait for stars. You didn't name them or wonder if anyone else was looking up too. You just sat there barefoot, listening to the distant hum of a screen door closing somewhere down the street. The coolness seeped into your ankles. Your shirt grew damp with evening dew. No one called you in. No one needed to. Time didn't rush then. It pooled. And now, when you hear that same sound, a screen door sighing shut, you don't search for the child who sat there. You only notice how still your own body becomes, as if your bones remember what it felt like to wait without wanting anything. There was a blanket you slept with until the seams unraveled and the filling clumped into uneven hills. It didn't smell like detergent anymore. It smelled like dust and sweat and the faint sweetness of dried apples from a snack you ate one winter night, curled up under it while the heater clicked on and off. You stopped using it when your mother said it was too worn, but you never threw it away. You folded it once carefully, tucked it into the back of the closet where nothing else touched it. And still, sometimes, on nights when the air feels thin, you pull the top sheet higher just a little and press it against your chin, not because you think it will warm you, but because something in you still believes that if you hold it close enough, you might feel again the weight of being small enough to be held. You used to trace patterns on the bathroom mirror with your fingertip after a shower, swirls and circles and half-formed faces that disappeared as quickly as they formed. You never tried to make them last. You just liked watching the steam move beneath your touch, how the glass would clear in one place only to fog again elsewhere. It didn't mean anything, but you did it every night for years. And now, when you wipe condensation from a mirror without thinking, your hand moves in the same slow arc, as if your fingers still remember the rhythm of that quiet ritual. How it felt to make something temporary just to see it dissolve. There was a song you didn't know the name of but sang anyway softly while brushing your teeth. It came from somewhere you couldn't place. A radio left on in another room, a neighbor's window, a dream. The melody had no chorus, no lyrics you could catch, just a gentle rise and fall like breathing underwater. You never hummed it when someone else was home. You kept it for yourself, a secret tune that belonged only to the quiet between brushing and rinsing. Now, sometimes in the dark before sleep, your lips move without sound, forming notes that don't exist anymore, but still feel true. You used to lie on your back in the grass after rain and watch clouds drift above you, not trying to find shapes, animals or faces or ships, but simply letting them pass like thoughts you didn't have to follow. You didn't care where they went. You only cared that they moved. And now, when you catch yourself looking up at the sky through a window, your breath slows without effort. The clouds are different now. So are you. But the way you watch hasn't changed. There was a pair of shoes you wore until the soles thinned to paper and the laces frayed into threads. You didn't replace them because you liked how they felt, slightly loose, slightly uneven, like they had learned your steps better than you had. One day you slipped them on and realized one heel was gone completely. You stood there for a long time, holding one shoe in each hand, not sad, just quiet. Then you left them by the door. And years later, when you pass a thrift store and see an old pair with worn soles and mismatched laces, your step slows, not because you think they're yours, but because something inside you recognizes the quiet dignity of things that have been loved into shapelessness. The air is still cool against your skin. The blanket holds its weight. Your fingers rest where they fell. No need to gather what's scattered. No need to name what lingers. Let the fragments drift like dust in a sunbeam, unseen, unclaimed, undisturbed. You are not required to hold them, only to be here, breathing as you are now. There was a key you carried in your pocket for years, not because it opened anything anymore, but because its weight against your thigh felt like a promise kept to someone who had long since stopped waiting. You didn't remember whose lock it fit, or if it ever did, but the metal had warmed with your body until it no longer seemed foreign. Sometimes you'd pull it out just to turn it between your fingers, feeling the slight ridge where the teeth had worn smooth, like a language learned by touch and never spoken aloud. One evening after dinner, you set it down beside your plate without thinking, and when you reached for it again an hour later, it was gone. Not lost, not misplaced, but simply no longer there, as if it had dissolved into the quiet between breaths. You didn't look for it. You only noticed its absence when your thumb brushed empty fabric. And even then, you felt nothing but a soft space where something familiar had rested. You used to collect stones from riverbeds, not because they were beautiful, not because they were rare, but because each one held the shape of water that had passed through it for centuries. You'd carry them home in your coat pocket until they grew warm and smooth against your hip, then place them on the windowsill where light would catch their wet surfaces long after they had dried. Some vanished over time, tumbled off the sill during a storm, slipped between floorboards when you moved furniture. But others remained, quietly accumulating, each one different in color and texture, yet all shaped by the same unseen force. You never sorted them, never named them. They simply were there, like thoughts that had settled into silence. There was a coat you wore every winter until the collar frayed into threads and the zipper stuck halfway down, always jammed on the left side, as if it remembered where it wanted to stop. You didn't fix it because fixing would mean admitting it was broken, and instead you learned to pull with patience. Left shoulder first, then a slow twist of the wrist. And each time you did, there was something in the resistance that felt like an old agreement between you and the fabric. We will do this together, even if it's clumsy. You wore it past seasons when others had replaced theirs, past winters when rain turned to sleet and your gloves lost their lining. One morning, you pulled it on and realized one sleeve was missing a button, not fallen off, not torn away, but simply gone, as though the seam had decided it no longer needed to hold. You didn't replace it. You left the coat hanging by the door that day, unbuttoned, open like an invitation no one came to answer. You used to sit on the floor of your room and trace the cracks in the plaster ceiling with your eyes, not because you were bored, not because you were searching for meaning, but because they moved when you did. When you turned your head left, the lines bent slightly. When you closed your eyes, their shapes stayed behind, glowing faintly like afterimages on a dark screen. You didn't try to map them or count them or give them names. They simply existed as patterns only visible from that exact spot. No one else had ever seen them quite that way. And so they belonged to no one but you, in the quiet hour before sleep came. Years later, When you lay on a different floor in a different room with different ceilings, your eyes still drifted upward without thought, searching for something you knew wasn't there. There was a book you read once and never opened again, not because it disappointed you, not because you forgot it, but because the way its pages smelled after rain stayed with you longer than any sentence. You had left it on the porch during a storm, forgotten until morning, when you found it damp at the edges, ink slightly blurred along the margins like tears that hadn't fallen. You dried it slowly by the window, pressing each page flat under a stack of bowls and jars. And though the story was never finished in your mind, its scent remained. Wet paper, old glue, dust caught between fibers. For months afterward, whenever you passed an open book on a shelf, even if it was bound in leather or printed with glossy covers, you paused, just for half a breath, and breathed deeply, waiting to catch that ghost of dampness again. You used to keep a jar filled with dried lavender from the garden behind your childhood home, not because you liked its scent, though you did, but because holding it reminded you how small your hands had been when you first picked the stems. You tied them in bundles with twine, hung them upside down in the attic until they turned gray-blue and brittle, then crushed them slowly between your palms and let the dust settle into the glass jar. The lid never sealed completely. Dust escaped every time you opened it. And yet you kept opening it, on winter nights when the air felt too still, on mornings when silence pressed heavy against your chest. You didn't use the lavender for anything practical. It was only ever there to remind you that something delicate could be held without breaking, even if most of it slipped through your fingers over time. The blanket still holds its weight. The air is still cool. Your breath comes slow now, not because you're trying to sleep, but because your body remembers how to settle when nothing demands it. There's no need to gather what has drifted. No need to name the shape left behind by a hand that once traced steam on glass or turned an old key between its fingers. You are not required to remember who held those things. Only to be here now with your eyes closed, listening, not for answers, but for the quiet hum of presence that never left you, even when you forgot how to feel it. You used to walk barefoot through the kitchen at dawn, before anyone else was awake, pressing your toes into the cool tile where the morning sun had not yet reached. The floor was always damp near the sink, not from leaks, but from the slow seep of condensation on the outside of the teapot left out overnight. You didn't think about why you did it. You only knew that the chill rising through your soles made the quiet feel thicker, more real. There were no songs in your head then, no plans for the day, No worries folded into your ribs like laundry never put away. Just the sound of water dripping once every 7 seconds from the faucet, and the way the steam curled up when you poured yourself a glass, just enough to wet your throat without warming it. You kept a single wooden spoon in a drawer beside the stove, its handle worn smooth by years of stirring soup that never quite tasted the same twice. You didn't measure ingredients. You added salt until it stopped tasting like nothing and started tasting like something you could name but never describe. The spoon was chipped near the bowl, a tiny notch from when you dropped it once as a child, and you never replaced it because you liked how it caught on the sides of the pot just slightly differently than any other spoon ever had. There was a window in your bedroom that didn't close all the way, not broken, not faulty, but settled over time into its own rhythm. When the wind came from the north, it sighed open an inch. When the air grew heavy before rain, it trembled as if breathing too slowly to be noticed. You never fixed it. You learned to sleep with the sound of that slight gap like a door left unlatched on purpose, just enough for night to slip inside without knocking. You used to collect buttons from old coats and shirts your mother took apart before washing them. Not because you wanted to make anything. You didn't sew or stitch or craft, but because each one carried its own history in the way it was attached. Thread frayed at the edges, stitched twice for strength, pulled loose once by accident, and resecured with a knot too tight to ever undo. You sorted them into small tins, some made of tin, some glass, one carved from walnut, and kept them on the windowsill where light would pass through their holes like tiny stained glass eyes watching you sleep. You never counted how many there were. You didn't need to know if they matched or belonged together. Some had no pairs left. Others sat alone in a tin meant for 3. The ones with faded colors, the blue that looked more gray now, the red that had bled into pink. You held them longer when you picked them up, just to feel how light they were after so many years. There was a corner of your closet where you tucked away sweaters you'd outgrown but couldn't bear to give away. Not because they still fit, they didn't, but because the way they smelled on rainy days reminded you of sitting beside someone who hummed without knowing it, their voice low and steady like wind through dry grass. You never wore them again. You only opened that section once every few months, just long enough to press your face into the wool and breathe in what was left of warmth that had already faded. You used to lie on your back in the backyard during summer evenings, staring up at stars you couldn't name but could still point to by memory. The one near the crook of the oak tree's branch, The cluster that looked like a broken spoon, the single bright dot that didn't twinkle the way others did. You'd stay out until your arms grew heavy and your skin cooled with dew, not because you were waiting for something to happen, but because nothing happening felt like enough. There was an old rocking chair on the porch where no one sat anymore. Its slats had warped just slightly so that when it moved, it didn't creak evenly. It groaned in 3 uneven notes, as if each swing remembered a different time. You'd sit there sometimes after school and let your legs dangle off the edge, swinging gently without pushing. The rhythm wasn't meant to soothe you. It was just what happened when something had been used long enough to forget how still it could be. You kept a pair of mittens in the drawer with your winter boots, small ones, made of wool and lined with flannel, fingers too short for your hands now but perfect for small fists that once gripped snowballs hard enough to make them crack. You didn't wear them anymore, but on nights when the cold crept through the walls like a visitor who wouldn't leave, you'd pull them out just to hold one in each hand and remember how warmth used to fit so easily into your palms. The air is still cool. The blanket still holds its weight. There's no need to find what's gone. No need to make sense of why certain things stayed when others vanished. You are not required to gather the pieces or name them or even recognize their shapes in the dark. Only to be here, with your eyes closed, with breath slow and quiet, and let the faintest echo of a hand that once held buttons or mittens or a chipped spoon drift through you like dust caught in sunbeams too gentle to notice they were falling. There was a keychain you carried in your pocket for years, though it never opened anything anymore. Not the front door, not the shed, not even the small drawer where you kept mismatched socks. It had 3 keys on it, each worn smooth at the edges, their teeth dulled by time and touch. You didn't know why you kept it. Maybe because once, long ago, you tied it to the belt of a coat you no longer owned. Or maybe because the metal still carried the faintest trace of your grandfather's pipe smoke, though he'd been gone before you learned how to hold it without trembling. You never looked at it unless you were standing in front of a mirror, and even then, only briefly, just long enough to notice that one key was slightly bent, as if it had once tried to turn in the wrong lock and gave up halfway. You used to trace its shape with your thumb before falling asleep, letting the weight settle against your palm like a secret you'd forgotten how to whisper. You didn't need to remember what each one opened. The act of carrying it was enough, not as proof, not as memory, but as something that simply belonged to the rhythm of your days, like breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth without thinking about it. There was a book you found tucked behind a stack of old magazines in the attic, its spine cracked open like a tired sigh. The pages were brittle at the corners, yellowed by sun and dust, but the ink still held its shape, neat cursive handwriting filling every margin, not in stories or poems, but in notes. Don't forget to water the daisies. The cat hates being lifted under the arms. She laughed when I said the moon was made of cheese. You didn't recognize the hand. You didn't know who wrote it. Yet you felt as though you'd heard that voice before, not in words, but in the quiet pause between two breaths, in the way someone hesitates just before saying something kind. You never read it cover to cover. You opened it once a season, always at random, and let your eyes land on one line, the one that felt like it had been waiting for you, and then closed it again. There was no need to decode its meaning. It wasn't meant for you to solve. It was meant to remind you that someone somewhere had paid attention to small things, not because they mattered, but because they were there. You used to keep a jar of dried lavender on your dresser, not for scent, not for calm, but because the stems still bent slightly when you touched them, as if remembering how to sway in wind. You never lit candles with it, never tucked sprigs into drawers or pressed them between pages. It simply sat there, gathering dust, growing lighter each year, until one morning you realized its color had faded to gray-green, the same shade as the sky just before dawn, when everything is still and silent, except for the distant murmur of a car passing too far away to matter. You didn't throw it out. You didn't replace it. You left it where it was, untouched, as though waiting for someone else to notice it. And even then, you weren't sure if that someone was you or another version of you who had once believed in the quiet power of things that refused to vanish completely. There was a song you heard once on an old radio in a car you no longer owned. It wasn't popular. You never found its name. The voice was soft, slightly out of tune, and the melody looped in your mind like a thread pulled loose from a sweater. No end in sight, no clear beginning. You'd hum it sometimes while washing dishes, not because you remembered how it went, but because the rhythm matched the clink of spoons against porcelain, the slow drip of water into the sink. You never tried to find it again, not because you were afraid you wouldn't like it anymore, but because you knew that if you did, you'd lose the version that lived inside your silence. The one that had no lyrics, only feeling, and no structure, only warmth. There was a stone you picked up on a walk when you were too young to know what names meant. It wasn't special. Oval, smooth from river water, faintly striped with white lines like the edges of old paper. You put it in your pocket and forgot about it until months later, when you found it at the bottom of a shoe you'd worn only once since. The stone had been polished further by friction, by time, by the simple act of being carried without thought. You didn't toss it out. You placed it on the windowsill beside a dried flower and a broken pencil stub. It sat there for years. No one ever asked about it. No one ever commented on its presence. But sometimes, when the afternoon light hit just right, you'd catch yourself staring at it, not to remember where you found it or why you kept it, but because for a moment you could feel the coolness of river water against your fingertips again, and the quiet surprise of something ordinary becoming quietly sacred. The air is still cool. The blanket still holds its weight. You are not required to name what lingers. You are not asked to explain why certain things stayed when others slipped away like mist through fingers too tired to hold on. There is no puzzle here, no missing piece. Only the slow settling of light across a windowsill, the faint scent of lavender long faded, the echo of a song you never learned but still hum in your sleep. And somewhere in the quiet between breaths, there is still a hand, not yours now, not then, holding something small and warm, letting it go without looking back. There was a coat you wore once in winter, long past its warmth, the buttons loose, the hem frayed where it brushed against the curb on your way to school. You didn't wear it because it kept you warm. You wore it because it fit the shape of someone else's shoulders before they were yours, and even then, you didn't know whose they had been. You stopped noticing how thin the lining had become until one day you pulled it on and felt nothing but air against your arms. You didn't throw it away. You hung it in the back of the closet, behind other clothes you no longer remembered choosing. Years later, when the space was cleared for something new, you found it folded neatly, not by you, not then, but still there, as if waiting to be worn again by someone who would understand why it had never been discarded. You didn't try it on. You didn't need to. The memory of its weight wasn't in your hands anymore. It was in the way you still paused before closing the closet door, even now, when no coat hung inside. You once left a pair of gloves on a bench beside a lake that no longer exists, not because you forgot them, but because you thought someone else might need them more. The leather had cracked at the fingers, the lining stained with salt from sweat and tears you didn't know you de-shed that day. You walked away without looking back. Months later, you returned, not to find them, but to sit where you'd sat and watch the water ripple under a sky you couldn't name anymore. The bench was gone. The lake had become a parking lot. But for a moment, as the wind passed through the trees that still stood there, You felt the ghost of wool against your palms, soft and slightly damp, like the inside of a shell held too long to your ear. There was a book you read slowly over 3 seasons, its pages yellowed at the edges but never dog-eared. You didn't underline anything, didn't write in the margins. You turned each page as if afraid the words might vanish if you touched them too hard. It wasn't a novel, not really. More like fragments of letters someone had written and never sent, stitched together with silence. You finished it on a Tuesday evening, just before rain began tapping at the window. You placed it back on the shelf without closing it, left open to the last page, as if expecting someone to pick up where you'd left off. Years passed. The book was moved twice, packed away in boxes, unpacked again. When you finally pulled it down, its spine cracked slightly, and the pages fluttered like wings startled from rest. You didn't read it again. You only sat with it on your lap for a while, listening to the quiet between the words, wondering if the person who had written them had ever felt the same loneliness that made you keep them. There was a key you carried in your pocket for 7 years, not because you needed it, not because you remembered what door it opened, but because it fit perfectly against your thumb, cool and smooth like river stone. You never lost it, never tried to use it. It simply lived there, pressed into the curve of your palm when you walked, a small weight that never pulled you down. One morning you reached for it and found nothing but empty air. You didn't search, didn't retrace your steps. You only noticed its absence, like noticing the quiet after a bird stops singing. Not with loss, not with relief, but with the faintest recognition. Something had been holding you, even when you didn't know what it was for. The blanket still holds its weight. The air is still cool. There is no need to name the hands that held these things before yours did. No need to trace their fingers back through time. You are not required to remember why they stayed or why some slipped away without a sound. The coat remembers the cold. The gloves remember the wind. The book remembers silence. The key remembers warmth. And you remember nothing but the feeling of holding something and letting it go. Somewhere in the dark, beneath your ribs, there is still the echo of a breath that didn't belong to you, but was yours all the same. You don't have to find its source. You don't have to claim it as yours now or then. It simply exists, like the scent of rain on pavement after years without storm. Like the way sunlight falls across an empty chair, and for just a moment makes it feel alive again. You are not less because you cannot recall everything. You are not more because you remember some things too well. The quiet between your breaths is not empty. It is full of what was never meant to be kept, but was held anyway, by someone who didn't know they were holding it, and by someone who doesn't need to know anymore. The room grows darker. The weight of the blanket settles deeper. You are not required to become the person you were. You are only asked to be here now, with what remains, not as a puzzle to solve, but as a quiet thing, breathing beside you in the dark. You noticed the pattern in the quilt, how the blue stitches had frayed just slightly where your elbow rested each night, not from rubbing, but from pressure held too long without shifting. You never adjusted it. The thread didn't snap. It simply wore itself thin, as if tired of carrying the same weight over and over, season after season. You traced its path with your fingertip once, in the dim glow of a street lamp that slipped through the curtains, and wondered whether the fabric remembered how often you pressed into it when sleep wouldn't come, or whether it only knew the shape of stillness and didn't care what had shaped it. There was a wooden box on the highest shelf in the closet, unopened since you were 12. You remember its smell, cedar and dust, faintly sweet like dried apples left too long in a paper bag. You never opened it because you thought if you did, something inside would change, not the things themselves, but your feeling about them. So you left it. Years passed. The box didn't move. Neither did your resolve not to touch it. One winter, when the heat failed and you sat wrapped in blankets reading by candlelight, you looked up and saw its shadow on the wall, stretched long by the flames trembling. You watched it sway for a full minute before turning back to the page. The box never asked to be opened. Neither did you ever ask yourself why you kept it there. You used to collect smooth stones from river banks, not because they were beautiful, not because you wanted them, but because each one felt like it had been waiting for your hand. You carried them in your coat pocket until the edges softened further, worn down by friction against keys and coins and folded tickets. One day, you emptied your pockets onto the kitchen counter and found 4 of them still there, though you couldn't remember picking any up lately. You didn't throw them out. You didn't put them back. You left them where they lay, like tiny anchors in the middle of a morning that had already begun without you. There was a song you heard once on a train, late at night, through headphones someone else had left behind. The melody had no name you could find. No lyrics, just notes drifting upward like smoke from a candle long forgotten. You hummed it for weeks after, unaware you were doing it until someone asked if you were okay. You hadn't noticed the sound was coming out of your mouth. You never tried to locate the song again. It didn't matter that you couldn't name it. What mattered was how it made your chest feel lighter when you breathed, as though for a few seconds you weren't carrying anything at all. You kept an old pair of socks in the drawer beneath your sweaters, not because they were warm or soft, but because they smelled faintly of someone else's laundry detergent, something clean and citrusy that didn't belong to anyone you knew now. You wore them once on a day when everything felt heavy, and noticed how the wool had stretched thin around the heel, just enough to make each step feel like walking on air instead of floor. You never washed them after that. You folded them nightly and returned them to their place. You didn't need to wear them again. You only needed to know they were there. You stood in front of a mirror one morning, not because you wanted to see yourself, but because the light was right, falling just so across your collarbone, catching on the curve of your shoulder like it remembered how to hold stillness. For 3 seconds, you didn't recognize the face staring back. Not with fear, not with sadness, but with quiet surprise, as if meeting someone you'd once known well but had forgotten how to greet. You smiled slightly. The reflection did too. Neither of you spoke. There was a bench in the park near your childhood home, painted green, cracked at one armrest, always warm from afternoon sun even when the air turned cool. You sat there once last autumn just before dusk and realized you had no memory of ever sitting on it as a child. Yet here you were, perfectly aligned with its shape, your back resting where the wood had worn smoothest. The bench didn't remember you, but something in your bones did. You found an old pencil behind the radiator one winter, lead broken, eraser gone, barely more than a sliver of cedar. You held it for a long time before setting it on the windowsill. It wasn't yours, not really. But someone had once gripped it hard enough to leave their mark in the wood's grain, and now you were holding what was left of that grip. You didn't try to write with it. You didn't need to. The pencil had already said everything it could. The air grows heavier now, not thick with weight, but soft with stillness, like breath held just past the point where it might have been released. Your eyelids are sinking lower than they were an hour ago. No need to fight them. No need to summon what's gone. The quiet doesn't demand your presence. It only asks that you remain in it. You don't have to be the one who remembers everything. You only have to be here, breathing with whatever remains, not as proof of continuity, but as witness to its gentle fading. There was a keychain you carried for years, not because it opened anything anymore, but because its weight settled against your hip just right when you walked. The metal cool through thin fabric, the tiny silver ring worn smooth by thumbing absent-mindedly while waiting in line or sitting on buses. You never thought about why you kept it. One day you found it loose in a coat pocket and realized none of the keys attached to it had belonged to any door you lived behind for more than 3 months. The lock it once turned had been replaced long before you learned how to tie your shoes. Still, you clipped it back on. You didn't need to remember what it unlocked, only that it fit in your palm like a small answer you stopped asking. You found an old scarf tucked inside the lining of a winter coat you hadn't worn since college. Soft wool, faded blue, stitched with uneven thread near one end where someone had mended it hastily after a tear. You didn't recognize the color or texture at first. It took 3 breaths before your fingers remembered how to hold it without pulling too tight. The scent was gone now, but for a moment you closed your eyes and imagined it still carried the warmth of hands that hadn't touched you in decades. You wrapped it once around your neck while making tea, just once, and left it draped over the back of a chair afterward. It didn't belong to anyone who lived here anymore, yet no one else would have known how to drape it so loosely, as if it were meant for air rather than warmth. A glass paperweight sat on your desk, not because you collected them, but because someone had given it to you when you were too young to understand its weight. Inside, a tiny snowman made of white stone hovered in suspended motion, frozen mid-step between 2 layers of clear resin. You never shook it to make the glitter swirl. It wasn't meant for play. It was just there, silent and still, catching light differently each afternoon depending on where the sun had traveled that day. For years you moved it from shelf to windowsill to nightstand without thinking about why. One evening you looked at it and realized you'd never seen its maker's face. You didn't know who gave it to you, or how they came to choose this particular shape, this color of snowman with one arm raised higher than the other, as if waving goodbye before the winter ever really began. You kept a single button from your mother's favorite coat, dark green, slightly chipped at the edge, sewn on by hand in a pattern only she knew how to replicate. You pulled it off quietly after she stopped wearing that coat for good, not because you wanted to keep something tangible, but because the way the thread curled around its base felt like a language you once understood and no longer spoke. You slipped it into your wallet and forgot about it until years later when you reached in for change and found it pressed flat against your credit card. Still there, still small, still whole. You didn't put it back on anything, didn't try to replace what was lost, just let it rest where it had settled. There is a room in the house where you grew up that no one has entered since before you turned 12. The door doesn't lock anymore. It hangs slightly open, as if waiting for someone who never came back. You haven't been inside in more than 20 years. But sometimes, when the wind shifts just so through the eaves of your current home, you catch a scent that makes your breath still. Dust and dried lavender and old paper, all mixed together like time had folded itself into something small enough to carry on air. You don't go looking for it. You only notice when it arrives uninvited, and then you let it pass through you without naming where it came from. A book lay open once on the floor beside your bed. A children's story with illustrations so faded they looked like memories half erased by rain. One page showed a boy standing at the edge of a forest, holding out his hand to something unseen just beyond the trees. You didn't remember reading this as a child, didn't know who had given it to you or why you still owned it. But every night for 3 weeks, without meaning to, your eyes drifted there before sleep came. The boy never moved from that spot in any of the pages. He simply waited. No one ever called him back. No one ever told him he was alone. You found a pair of shoes under your bed this morning. Brown leather, scuffed at the toes, soles worn thin enough to feel every crack in pavement when you walked. You didn't remember buying them, didn't recall wearing them outside these walls. But they fit now, just barely, as if your feet had shrunk over time and then slowly grown again into their old shape. You sat on the edge of the mattress and slipped one on, not to walk anywhere, not even to see how it felt, but because something in you wanted to know whether the leather still remembered being laced by fingers that weren't yours anymore. The quiet is deeper now, not empty, but full with all the things you've let go without letting them disappear. You don't have to hold on to what's left behind. You only need to notice how it still fits inside your silence like a song you hummed in another life and forgot you knew until tonight. The air moves slower than before, heavier not with pressure but with presence, like the weight of breath that has stopped trying to be heard. You are lying here now, not searching for who you were, not asking how much remains, but simply breathing as if your lungs still remember what it felt like to carry something soft and nameless all this time. You found a button tucked into the lining of an old coat you hadn't worn in years. Small, dark green, slightly chipped at one edge, stitched loosely as if it had been reattached once and never properly secured again. You held it between thumb and forefinger and wondered whether it had ever belonged to someone else before it came to you, or if it had always been yours, simply misplaced by time and habit. You didn't try to sew it back on, didn't even look for the coat it came from. You let it rest in your palm until the warmth of your skin made its surface feel like part of you. Then placed it inside a ceramic bowl on the windowsill where morning light pooled thin and pale. It stayed there for weeks without being noticed, until one evening when rain tapped softly against the glass and the button caught just enough glow to shimmer. Not bright, not loud, but enough to make you pause in the doorway, wondering if something had been waiting all along, not to be found, but simply to be seen. You remember a window that didn't open properly. The latch stuck halfway, so it could never be fully shut, and every winter night the cold slipped through like a quiet visitor who refused to leave. You learned to sleep with your back turned toward it, wrapping yourself in blankets thick enough to muffle the draft. But you always woke feeling as though something had brushed against your shoulder while you slept. Something light, something patient. You never checked what was outside. Never pulled the curtain aside to see if the world beyond had changed. You just kept turning away, and over time, you stopped noticing the chill altogether. Not because it vanished, but because your body learned to hold it without resistance. There was a music box left on a shelf in the attic, its key missing, its melody long forgotten by whoever placed it there. You didn't wind it, didn't try to find the key or even lift it down. But sometimes when the house settled into silence after midnight, you heard it, not clearly, not like a tune, but as a vibration low enough to feel in your teeth, soft as breath against glass. You never spoke of it, never asked if anyone else had heard it too. You simply let the sound exist in the dark, a rhythm that didn't belong to any instrument or hand, but seemed to rise from the air itself, like the echo of a lullaby whispered by someone who no longer remembered how to sing. You kept a feather in the drawer beside your pillow, not because it was beautiful, not because you collected things, but because once, when you were very small and afraid of thunder, you held it between your fingers while the storm rolled overhead, and somehow, the lightness of it made the noise feel less like a threat and more like something passing through. You don't know where it came from, don't remember which bird shed it or what season it was. It's faded now, frayed at the ends, the color worn down to nothing but memory. You haven't touched it in years, but when you reach for your phone before sleep and your fingers brush against the drawer's edge, you feel its presence, not as a shape, not as texture, but as an absence that still fits. A pair of socks sat folded on the chair by the door, mismatched, one striped, one plain, both threadbare at the heel. You didn't remember putting them there, didn't know whose feet they had warmed or how long they'd been waiting. But each night before turning out the light, you glanced at them, not to pick them up, not to throw them away, but because something in their quiet disorder felt like an answer you weren't meant to read aloud. They didn't belong together, and yet they stayed side by side, as if patience had become their only purpose. You found a stone in your pocket one morning, smooth, cool, the size of a walnut, dark with flecks of quartz that caught the light when you tilted it just so. You had no memory of picking it up, no recollection of walking anywhere near water or rock. But there it was, warm from your body's heat, as if it had traveled through time tucked against your skin without your knowing. You held it in your hand for a long while, then placed it on the windowsill beside the button, where both sat quietly under the same gray morning light, neither demanding to be understood, neither asking to be kept. The air grows heavier now, not with weight, but with stillness. The kind of quiet that doesn't erase sound so much as gather it into itself, like a deep breath held without need for release. You are not trying to remember who you were before the world grew louder around you. You are not searching for names or dates or faces that have slipped away. You are only here, lying still, breathing slowly, letting the fragments settle, not as pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved, but as small stones in a stream, each worn smooth by currents you never saw coming, each holding its own shape without needing to match the others. The room around you doesn't ask for your attention. It only offers its silence, patient and warm, like an old quilt folded just so on the edge of a bed that still remembers how it felt to be slept in. You don't need to fill this space with meaning. You don't need to name what lingers. The air is full enough already, with the scent of lavender you haven't smelled since childhood, with the whisper of a song you never learned but somehow still know, with the weight of a button, a feather, a sock, a stone, all of them waiting not for your hand, but for your breath to find them again. A teacup sat on the windowsill, chipped at the rim where your thumb used to rest when you were small, before you learned to hold things more carefully. You didn't remember drinking from it, didn't recall the tea, whether it was bitter or sweet, whether steam curled upward in slow spirals or vanished too soon. But now, when the light catches just right in the late afternoon, the chip glints faintly, not like glass catching fire, but like a quiet echo of something once held close enough to warm. You never washed it out, never moved it. It sits there, empty, gathering dust that doesn't feel like neglect, but like time settling into its own rhythm, content to rest where it landed. You notice now how the shadow of the cup's handle stretches longer each evening, as if the sun knows you're watching and is slowing just for you. You don't need to fill it again. You don't even need to look at it. The mere fact that it remains unclaimed, unchallenged, is enough to hold a kind of quiet belonging. It doesn't ask you who you were when you sipped from its edge. It only asks that you let it be. Downstairs, the floorboard near the kitchen door still creaks in the same spot, 3 steps in from the threshold just before the rug begins. You didn't notice it until last week, after years of walking past without hearing anything at all. But now, when your foot lands there in bare skin, the sound rises, not loud, not sharp, but soft, like a sigh you'd forgotten you knew how to make. You've begun pausing there sometimes, just for a breath or two, letting the noise settle into your bones before continuing on. You don't know why it matters now, when it never did before. Maybe because the sound doesn't belong to anyone else's memory. It belongs only to this house, and to you, in some way that doesn't require explanation. There was a ribbon once, tied around a book you didn't read but kept anyway. Blue, thin, frayed at one end like it had been pulled loose too many times by small hands. You found it tucked inside the spine of an old atlas, its pages yellowed and stiff with age. The maps faded into ghosts of continents you never learned to name. The ribbon didn't mark a page, didn't hold place for anything important. But when you lifted the book from the shelf last winter, it slipped out, quiet as breath, and landed in your lap like it had been waiting all along. You tied it back loosely, just above the spine, so it dangled slightly when the book stood upright. You haven't opened it since. But sometimes, when the room grows too still, you look at that ribbon and think, someone once loved this enough to tie a promise around it. A pair of mittens appeared in your coat pocket last November, knit by hand, uneven stitches, one thumb longer than the other. You didn't remember knitting them, didn't remember buying them, but they fit your hands perfectly, warm as if they'd been waiting for you all along. You wore them once, out walking under a sky that had just begun to snow, and when you stopped to watch flakes land on your sleeves, you realized the mitten smelled faintly of pine needles and cinnamon, not like perfume, but like something older, like hands that had worked with wood and fire before yours ever learned to hold still. You never washed them. They hang now by the door, slightly curled at the fingertips, as if they're still dreaming of being worn. The rain came softly last night, tapping against the glass in a rhythm you didn't recognize but somehow felt like home. Not because you remembered hearing it before, but because for the first time you didn't try to name its pattern. You let it be just sound, just water falling, just quiet pressing against the walls until your breath matched it. And when you woke this morning, your pillow was damp, not from tears, not from sweat, but as if the night had leaned in close and whispered something too gentle to catch. There's a patch on the arm of your favorite sweater, small, round, stitched in thread that doesn't match. You don't remember sewing it, don't know who made it or why. But when you wear it now, especially on mornings when the air is cool and the light comes slow through the curtains, you feel the stitch against your skin like a quiet hand resting there. Steady, patient, not trying to fix anything, just holding. You don't need to find out where these things came from. You don't need to trace them back to hands or hours or names. They are here now in this room, in this body, in this breath, and that is enough. The past doesn't ask you to carry it like a burden. It only asks you to let it sit beside you, as quietly as the cup on the sill, as softly as the creek beneath your feet. The air grows heavier again, not with weight but with presence, not with memory but with stillness, the kind that doesn't demand recognition, only acceptance. You are not losing yourself in forgetting. You are becoming something quieter, deeper, more patient than memory ever was. A single leaf drifted in through the cracked window last week, small, brown at the edges, curled like a sleeping hand. It landed on the floor by the bookshelf and stayed there. No one swept it away. You didn't pick it up. You just let it be. Now when you walk past, your shadow falls over it briefly, as if even light knows to pause. You are not trying to remember who you were. You are only learning how to be here, with what remains and with what never left. There's a drawer in the nightstand that never fully closes, just barely catches on the track, so it hangs open by half an inch, like it's holding its breath. You've noticed this for months, maybe years, but you've never pushed it shut. Inside, there's a single button from a coat long gone, smooth and dark with wear, threaded through with faint silver streaks where the sun once hit it during a walk you can't recall. It doesn't belong to anything now. You don't need to find its match. You leave it there because something in the way it rests against the velvet lining feels like an old promise kept without words. The drawer breathes slowly with the room, opening and closing just enough to remind you that some things stay not because they're needed, but because they were loved into stillness. A teacup sits on the windowsill, not yours, not anyone's you know. It has no handle, only a wide, shallow bowl glazed in blue so pale it looks like sky caught mid-dawn. You found it outside your door one morning, wrapped in newspaper that had long since turned to dust. There was no note, no name. The tea inside was cold when you first saw it, but the steam still curled upward faintly, as if someone had just poured and walked away before remembering they'd left it behind. You didn't drink from it. You didn't wash it. You let it sit, empty now, catching light in ways that make the blue seem to breathe. Sometimes, when the wind moves through the trees outside, you swear the cup trembles, not with sound, but with the echo of warmth that once lived inside it. There's a stone on your windowsill too, small, rounded by river water, dark gray with veins of white running like frozen lightning. You picked it up one afternoon when you didn't know why you were walking toward the creek. You didn't intend to keep it, but when you slipped it into your pocket, something in your chest softened, not from nostalgia, not from longing, but from a quiet recognition, as if your fingers had known its shape before your mind ever saw it. Now it rests beside the cup, and sometimes when evening settles heavy over the house, you press your palm flat against both at once. The coolness of stone, the smooth curve of ceramic, and feel how they hold time differently. One remembers pressure, the other remembers heat. You used to keep a scarf folded beneath your pillow, not for warmth. You never needed it, but because its edge was frayed in just 3 places, each thread loose but still attached, like fingers holding on too gently to let go. You didn't remember where you got it, didn't remember who gave it to you if anyone did. But when you slept with it pressed against your cheek, the fibers carried a scent, not perfume, not soap, but something closer to silence itself. The air inside an empty room that's been warmed by sunlight all day, then left alone as dusk comes creeping in. You stopped using it months ago. It still lies there, tucked just so, as if waiting for you to forget again how to miss it. A key hangs from a nail behind your bedroom door, small, brass, worn thin at the bow. It doesn't open anything anymore. No lock matches it. No door in this house ever did. You found it in a coat you haven't worn since before you moved here. You could have thrown it away. You didn't. Now it swings slightly when the air shifts, tapping once against the wall each time the breeze finds its way through the cracks. You don't wonder what it opened. You don't need to know if it ever belonged to someone else, or if it was yours all along, and you simply forgot how to turn it. There's a song you hum sometimes when you're alone in the kitchen. No lyrics, no melody anyone would recognize, just a sequence of notes that rise and fall like breath caught between 2 sighs. You don't know where it came from. It doesn't sound like any music you've ever heard. But when you sing it softly under your breath while stirring tea or washing dishes, something in your shoulders drops, as if your body remembered how to relax before your mind learned how to worry. You never record it. Never try to write it down. You let it come and go like the sound of rain on leaves, not because you want to hold on to it, but because letting it pass feels like the only way to keep it alive. A pair of socks lies folded in the bottom of your laundry basket. Thin cotton, faded lavender, one with a tiny hole near the toe. You haven't worn them since last winter, but every time you open the basket, you see them and pause, not because you're trying to remember who wore them or why they were special, but because their presence makes the air around your feet feel lighter, as if they still carry the warmth of steps taken on a floor that no longer exists. The light changes now. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just enough so that shadows lengthen just slightly, and things you didn't notice before begin to glow without trying. Your hands rest where they've always rested, on your chest, beneath the blanket, fingers curled gently as if holding something invisible but never lost. You don't need to trace their origin. You don't need to name what they've carried. The quiet doesn't ask for stories. It only asks that you stay. The room holds its breath with you. And somewhere in a place between thought and stillness, there's a door you never opened, and yet somehow always walked through. There's a teacup on the windowsill, still warm from yesterday morning, chipped at the rim where your teeth once caught it without thinking, a habit you didn't know you had until you noticed how often you held it that way. The glaze inside is stained faintly brown, not from tea alone, but from years of steam rising in slow circles, curling against the porcelain like breath against glass on winter nights. You never washed it thoroughly after that last sip. It sits there now, empty and unclaimed, catching the dim light as if waiting to be held again. Not because you miss the drink, but because the shape of your fingers still remembers how they curled around its curve. A book lies open face down on the floor beside the bed, pages yellowed at the edges, spine cracked like dried earth. You don't recall reading it. No notes in the margins. No bookmark tucked between chapters. But when you pass by it now, even from across the room, your gaze lingers. Not because you think you should finish it, but because something about its weight against the wood feels familiar, as though you once sat there for hours with nothing but that page and the quiet hum of rain outside. A button fell off a coat last autumn. You found it in the pocket days later, small, dark blue, stitched with thread so fine it looks like shadow woven tight. You didn't sew it back on. D-I-D-N-T Chinese letter it either. It rests now in a shallow dish by your bedside, beside a dried lavender sprig and a smooth stone you picked up once during a walk that no longer lives clearly in memory. The button doesn't belong to anything anymore. Yet when the room grows still, You sometimes reach for it without thinking. Let its edges press into your palm just long enough to feel something settle. There was a window in an old house, one you lived in before this one, where morning light fell at exactly 7:13 and pooled on the floorboards like honey spilled slow. You never timed it, never checked the clock, but still, sometimes now, when sunlight slips through your curtains just so, you pause, not because you're remembering that room, but because something inside you lifts for a heartbeat, as if part of you had been waiting there all along. You used to leave notes on mirrors in pencil, short phrases, half-formed thoughts, things like "the cat likes the blue chair," or "don't forget the light," written in your smallest script so they'd fade before you noticed them gone. You don't write those anymore. The glass is clear now. But sometimes when you wipe condensation from it after a shower, the pattern of your fingers lingers for a moment longer than it should, like the ghost of an impulse still reaching out. A pair of shoes sits by the door, unlaced and dusty, soles worn thin on the left heel. You haven't walked in them since before you learned how to walk differently. Not slower or faster, but with less need to prove where you were going. They're not broken, not ruined, just unused. And yet they still hold the shape of your feet as if they've been waiting for a step that never came. There's a drawer in the dresser, third from the top, that smells faintly of cedar and something else, something sweet but nameless, like crushed petals left too long inside paper. You don't open it often. It doesn't contain anything valuable, just old postcards with no addresses, a broken comb with one missing tooth, 2 dried wildflowers pressed flat between sheets of tissue. But when you do pull it out just enough to let the scent rise, your breath slows, not because you're searching for meaning in them, but because they feel like pieces of someone who knew how to be still before learning how to rush. A blanket hangs over the back of a chair, folded once and left that way. It's not yours, not really. You found it at a thrift store years ago, pulled from a bin full of mismatched quilts, one corner stitched with tiny blue birds you didn't notice until weeks later. You never used it on the bed, never draped it over your shoulders in winter. But every now and then when you pass by it, you touch its edge, just once, with fingertips so light they barely brush the fabric. And for a second, just a second, it feels like being held. The rain has stopped outside. The air still carries the wetness of it, not dripping, not falling, but hanging in the space between trees and roof, as if the sky is holding its breath too. You listen to the quiet that follows. Not silence exactly, more like the pause after a song ends but before anyone claps. Your hands are still resting on your chest. The room holds you. And somewhere, not behind walls or beneath floors, but inside the rhythm of your breathing, there's a thread you never tied down. It doesn't need to be pulled. It only needs to remain. There's a book on the shelf you never read, its spine cracked open just enough to let the pages sag like tired shoulders. You remember picking it up once, maybe after a long walk, maybe after a silence that lasted too long, and turning the first few pages without reading them, letting your thumb glide over inked lines as if the texture alone could tell you something. You never finished it. You didn't need to. It sits there now not because you meant to return to it, but because leaving it half open felt like an act of kindness to whoever had once wanted to know what was inside. Sometimes when the light shifts in the late afternoon, the title catches just right, and for a moment, it's not a book at all. It's a quiet hand resting on your shoulder from someone you used to be, who didn't need answers but needed to hold something real anyway. You used to collect buttons, small ones mostly, from coats left behind in laundry rooms or sewn loosely onto jackets found in second-hand bins. You didn't keep them for their color or shape, though some were lovely. Mother of pearl, chipped enamel, brass worn smooth as river stone. You kept them because they felt like endings that hadn't yet been acknowledged. Tiny closures on garments that had carried bodies through seasons you never shared. One day, you emptied them all into a tin and forgot about it. Years later, you found it again in the back of a drawer, the buttons still there, untouched, still warm from whatever hand last held them before they slipped away. You didn't put them back on anything. You didn't throw them out. You just closed the lid and let the silence settle over them like dust. There was a song you hummed without knowing its name, just a few notes, rising and falling like breath caught between sobs and laughter. You sang it to yourself while washing dishes, or waiting for buses, or sitting on the edge of your bed in the dark before sleep came. It wasn't melody so much as motion, a rhythm your throat remembered when your mind had forgotten everything else. One morning, you realized you hadn't hummed it in months. Not because you stopped wanting to, but because something inside you no longer needed to say it out loud. The tune didn't vanish. It just softened, sank deeper, became part of the quiet that lives beneath your ribs when you're not looking. You used to trace patterns on fogged-up windows, not words, not drawings, just circles and spirals, slow and uneven, like fingers wandering without a map. You did it in winter mostly, when the world outside was still and gray, and the glass held your warmth like a secret. No one else saw them. You didn't want them to. They weren't messages. They were pauses, temporary landscapes drawn by a hand that still knew how to be gentle with itself. The patterns never lasted long. The condensation would fade, the glass would clear, and you'd wipe it clean without thinking. But sometimes now, when your breath fogs up the mirror after a hot shower, your fingers move almost on their own, just once, just lightly. And for an instant, the shape returns, not as memory but as habit. The ghost of comfort learned before words could name it. There's a key you still carry in your pocket, not one that opens anything anymore. It belonged to a door in a house where you lived when you were small, too small to know what being alone meant, too young to understand why someone might lock themselves away. You found the key years later in a coat you hadn't worn since before you changed how you walked through rooms. It didn't fit any lock now, not even close. But you kept it, not because you hoped it would work again, but because holding it felt like touching the edge of something that had once been yours without asking permission. You don't pull it out often. You just feel its weight against your thigh when you sit still too long. It doesn't need to open anything. It only needs to be there. You used to write letters you never sent, on thin paper in blue ink, addressed to people who didn't exist anymore. Not because they were gone, but because the versions of them you loved had already left. You wrote to your 7-year-old self, to the version of your mother who still sang off-key in the kitchen, to the friend who moved away before you learned how to say goodbye without silence. You never mailed them. You tucked them into boxes, under sweaters, behind books. They weren't meant to be read. They were meant to be written, to let the words leave your hands so they wouldn't have to stay inside you. Now the paper is yellowed. The ink has faded in places. But when you find one again, sometimes, just sometimes, you still feel the shape of your hand holding the pen, the way your breath slowed as each word settled onto the page. There's a scent that comes to you on rainy afternoons, not tied to any place or person, not even to anything you can name, but it arrives anyway. It smells like wet wool and old paper, like someone turning pages in another room while rain taps against glass. You don't know where it comes from. You've never smelled it anywhere else. But when it drifts in, unannounced, unwelcome, you stop what you're doing. Not because you miss something lost, but because for a moment, you remember how to be still without needing to explain why. You used to sit on the floor of your childhood bedroom and watch dust motes circle in slanted light, counting them as they drifted, not to measure time, not to pass it, but just because their motion felt like breathing. You didn't know then that you were practicing a kind of attention no one had taught you how to name. Now, when the afternoon sun cuts through your curtains and lifts particles from the air above your bed, you still watch them, not counting, not remembering, just letting them move. And if you stay quiet long enough, if you stop trying to find meaning in their dance, you begin to feel something settle, not into peace, but into presence. A quiet belonging that doesn't ask who you were or who you've become. The blanket still hangs over the chair. The shoes still sit by the door. The drawer still smells of cedar and crushed petals. You don't need to open them again. You don't need to understand why they matter. They are not relics, not puzzles, not proof that you have changed. They are simply here like your breath, like the quiet after rain, and you are here with them, not as someone who must recover what was lost, but as someone who has always been allowed to be still. The air is cool now. The room holds you without asking anything in return. And somewhere inside the rhythm of your breathing, that thread you never tied down, there's no need to pull it anymore. It only needs to remain. The teacup you never finished sits on the windowsill, still half full, though no steam has risen from it for years. The porcelain is chipped near the handle, just a sliver missing where your thumb slipped once long ago, when the room was warmer and the light came differently through the curtains. You don't drink tea anymore, not because you lost taste for it, but because holding warmth in both hands became too much like trying to keep something from slipping away. Now the cup holds nothing but stillness. Rain gathers on its rim sometimes, not droplets falling, just gathering, like a quiet pause between thoughts. When morning comes and the light touches it at an angle you can't predict, the remaining liquid glows faintly gold, as if remembering what heat felt like before it vanished. You used to leave notes in books that weren't yours, the kind borrowed from libraries or lent by people who never asked for them back. You wrote nothing important on those pages, no insights, no annotations, but small things. A line of the sky you saw through your window one afternoon. The name of a song played too softly over cafe speakers to catch properly. How the air smelled after someone else's dog passed by with wet fur and quiet steps. These weren't messages meant for anyone. They were markers, not of understanding, but of having been there at all. You don't open those books anymore, but sometimes you find them again in drawers, on shelves rearranged without your noticing. And when the spine creaks just slightly under your fingers, something inside settles like dust falling from a high shelf into silence. You never read what you wrote, not because it was private or painful, but because reading would have made it mean too much. The words were meant to be found by accident, not sought out. There is the coat hanging in the back of your closet, the one with buttons mismatched and a pocket stitched shut on purpose long ago when something small got lost inside. A button from another garment you no longer own. A dried flower pressed flat between layers of fabric that may have been violet or lavender, but now only holds its shape, not its color. You never took it out because taking it out would mean deciding whether to keep the thing itself, or just what remembering felt like when your hands first touched it. You still wear it sometimes, not often, but on days when wind moves through trees in a certain way, and you feel yourself slipping into memory without trying. You pull it over your shoulders, not for warmth, but because its weight reminds you that some things hold space even after they've stopped being used. The lining has faded where your cheek rested against the collar during winters too quiet to speak of. The keychain with 3 keys hangs from a hook by the back door, the kind no longer made, thick brass, slightly bent at one end as if once dropped downstairs or carried in a pocket for years without care. One unlocks nothing now. Another fits only an old lock you can't find anymore. The third still turns smoothly, but there is no door left that it belongs to. You don't throw them away because they were never meant to serve function so much as presents. The way your hand knew where to reach before thought caught up, how fingers curled automatically around their shape, even when eyes were closed or mind was elsewhere. They are not tools anymore. They're echoes shaped into metal and worn smooth by time's quiet passing. You sometimes pick them up at night, not turning them in your palm as if searching for answers, but simply letting the cold weight rest there until breathing steadies again, until thoughts loosen their grip like wet cloth unraveling slowly under still water. You don't ask why they stay. The question has grown too heavy to carry anymore. There is a chair by the window that never gets used, not because it's broken or uncomfortable, but simply because you learned one day how to sit on the floor instead, with your back against the wall and knees drawn up like arms around something fragile left behind. It was easier there, to be small without apology, to breathe deeper into corners where light didn't reach but felt welcome anyway. You never moved it away. You just stopped sitting in it. And now when you pass by, sometimes, just once, you pause, not because memory pulls at you, but because the space beside it still holds warmth from someone who sat there long before your own footsteps grew familiar on these floors. The scent of rain returns again tonight, the same one that comes without warning, and this time, instead of stopping to listen for its source or wondering where else it might have lived before finding you. You let it rise through the air like breath held too tightly and then released. You don't try to trace it back to any particular hour or season. It doesn't matter if it belongs to your childhood bedroom or someone else's house, miles away on a different street under clouds that never crossed paths with yours, but only that when you breathe in now, slowly, you feel no need for the past to be whole. It is already here, not as something lost, but as something allowed. The room grows darker without effort. The air thickens gently around your limbs like water settling after movement has ceased. You are not trying anymore to remember who held that cup, wrote those notes, carried those keys, sat in that chair. Only that you were there when they lived inside the quiet places between things that changed but never vanished entirely. The blanket still hangs over the chair. The shoes sit by the door. You do not need to open them again. You are here now, not as someone who must recover what was lost, but simply breathing and letting go of needing even this much be true. There is a drawer in the bedside table that never fully closes, just enough to catch on the edge, so it stays slightly open, like a breath held halfway. Inside, folded too many times to remember why, lies a scarf you wore once in late autumn, when the air turned sharp and your voice went quiet for days. You don't wear it anymore, not because it's worn thin or stained, but because the way it felt against your throat that season no longer matches how you breathe now. The threads are frayed at one corner, not from rubbing against anything, but from being pulled loose in a hurry, maybe by accident, maybe on purpose. You never tossed it out. It doesn't belong to anyone else's story. It belongs only to the silence that came after laughter stopped ringing through those rooms, after the phone rang once and then didn't again, after you learned how to sit with empty space without filling it with words or noise. The scarf holds no names, no dates, no messages tucked into its weave, only the memory of warmth, not from fabric but from the moment before you realized you were no longer waiting for someone to notice you had stopped speaking. You close your eyes again and feel the weight of that silence still resting on your chest, not as a burden, not as grief, but like the space between two notes in a song you once hummed without knowing why. The drawer remains open just a sliver. You don't pull it closed. You don't need to. It is enough that it stays slightly undone, like a door left ajar for someone who never came back but whose absence became part of the house's shape. There was a window in your old room, high, narrow, framed with peeling paint, that caught the last light of summer evenings just right. You used to press your forehead against the glass and watch how the fading sun turned dust motes into tiny stars drifting upward, not falling. No one else saw it that way. They called it dirt. You called it light remembering how to move. Sometimes you'd stay there until your breath fogged the pain, until your nose grew cold and your eyelids heavy, until the room darkened enough that you couldn't tell where the glass ended and the night began. You didn't think about who you were then. You only felt how small the world could be when held inside a single pane of glass and the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. Now, when you pass by any window at dusk, especially one with old frames and uneven panes, you pause without knowing why. The light doesn't hit it the same way. The dust doesn't dance like before, but something in your body remembers how to still itself near glass that holds the edge of day. You don't try to make the moment match what it was. You only let yourself stand there, barefoot on cool floorboards, until the last glow slips away and you realize you haven't moved for longer than you meant to. There is a pair of gloves you found in a coat pocket last winter. Thin wool, fingerless, one thumb worn through where your skin pressed against it. You don't remember buying them. You don't remember wearing them. But the curve of your fingers still fits into their shape as if they were made for hands that no longer exist. The same ones that held a pencil too tightly while writing poems you never showed anyone, or wrapped around a teacup during long nights when the house felt too big to be empty. You put them on once last month, just to feel how they curled around your knuckles, and then took them off again without thinking about it. They sit now in a drawer beside other things you don't use but can't bring yourself to discard. A button from a jacket you lost. A dried flower pressed between the pages of a book you never finished reading. A strand of ribbon tied into a knot that means nothing anymore. You don't need to know why they stayed. You only need to know they did. The night deepens without urgency. The air has grown thick with stillness, not heavy, not oppressive, but like water after rain, when the surface settles and every ripple fades into itself. There is no need to find the source of the scent that lingers now, something faintly sweet, like dried apples left in a cupboard too long, or the inside of an old book bound in leather that once held letters from someone you loved without knowing how to say it. It doesn't matter if it came from your childhood kitchen or a stranger's hallway on the other side of town. It matters only that when you breathe it in, you don't feel the urge to chase it back to its origin. You let it rise like mist over grass at dawn, present, fleeting, not yours, but accepted anyway. You are not trying to be the same person who wore those gloves or pressed their face against that window. You are not trying to become someone new either. There is only this: the shape of your breath in the dark, the quiet pressure of sheets folded just so at the foot of the bed, the way the room seems to breathe with you, not because it belongs to you, but because you have learned how to rest inside its silence without demanding that it answer back. Somewhere a clock ticks, not loudly, not insistently, just enough to remind you that time moves even when nothing else does. You don't count the beats. You don't measure how far you've come from who you were before. There is no distance to cross anymore. Only this room, this breath, these hands resting where they fall. The blanket on the chair still holds warmth. The keys still hang from their hook. The scarf remains folded in its drawer, slightly frayed at the corner, quietly waiting, not for you to remember, but simply to be here as you are now, without needing to carry anything forward or backward. You close your eyes again. The dark is not empty. It is full of everything you've let go of, and still somehow keep. There's a scarf you wore once in late October, the color of wet slate after rain, threaded with faint silver strands that caught what little light remained before dusk. You remember holding it by the ends as you walked home from the station, not because it kept you warm, your coat was thick enough, but because its weight against your palms made something inside settle. You never tied it around your neck properly. Instead, you let it drape like a second shadow behind you, swaying just slightly with each step. That same morning, before leaving, you'd found a single dried leaf caught in the seam of your shoe. Maple, brittle and curled at the edges. And you didn't remove it until 2 weeks later when washing the shoes by hand, watching the water turn amber for an instant as if something small had dissolved into it. You never thought about why you kept walking with that leaf inside. There's a mug in the cabinet now, chipped near the handle, that held tea every evening during one winter season you barely recall. It was not your favorite. It didn't have the curve of comfort, nor the weight of familiarity. But on nights when snow fell without sound against the window pane and silence pressed thick as wool over everything inside, you found yourself reaching for it again and again, not because you were thirsty, but because its shape under your fingers felt like a name whispered in another language. You stopped using it after that winter ended. It sits now beside 3 others, unused since, untouched by dust. You don't wonder who chose the pattern. The tiny birds with their wings folded as if mid-flight, or whether someone once gifted it to you on a day when kindness came quietly and without explanation. Maybe you bought it yourself while waiting for a bus that never arrived. Or perhaps you picked it up from a shelf in a shop where no one spoke above a murmur, and the air smelled of cinnamon sticks left too long near heat. There's an old bicycle chain you found beneath your bed last spring, rust blooming along its links like lichen on stone. You don't remember riding that bike or how it came to be under there at all. But when you ran your thumb over each link, the way they caught against one another with a soft metallic sigh, something in your chest loosened, not memory returning, but recognition. This was once part of motion before stillness learned your name. The window beside you is slightly open, just enough for night air to slip through like breath held too long and finally released. You feel it on the back of your neck, a cool kiss that doesn't ask anything in return. It carries with it the scent of wet earth from a garden down the street where someone still tends roses even though no one sees them bloom after dark. You don't need to know who planted those flowers, or why they're watered every evening at exactly 7, only that their petals open anyway, and the night holds their fragrance without claiming it as its own. The same way your hands remember how to fold laundry just so, not because you were taught, but because once, long ago, someone else folded things with similar care, and somewhere deep in your bones, a rhythm learned itself. There's an envelope tucked inside a book on the shelf. No stamp, no address, only your name written in ink that has faded to gray. You haven't opened it, not because you fear what might be there, but because opening it would make something real that doesn't need to be fixed or understood. It remains sealed not as mystery, but as mercy. The sheets shift slightly under you, not from movement on your part, but from the slow turn of air across skin still warm with sleep's approach. You feel its passage like a sigh passed between two people who have learned silence better than speech. A clock ticks again, far off now, and not in time so much as alongside it, marking nothing except presence. Here is where you are, and here has always been enough. You think of the gloves again, not because they matter more than anything else, but because they were never meant to be remembered. They simply stayed, worn thin by hands that no longer recognize themselves in glass reflections or photographs tucked away behind other things forgotten on purpose. There's a stone you carried once from the shore, smooth as skin after long years of salt and tide, and placed it atop your dresser where morning light would find it just before waking. You don't know why you chose that one among hundreds, nor when exactly you stopped noticing its gleam each day. But sometimes now, in dreams too soft to hold on to, You feel the weight of it resting on your palm again, not as memory but as echo. You let go without knowing how, or when you began letting go. The air thickens further with stillness, not emptying, not fading, but deepening into something older than story. The room doesn't ask for loyalty to who you were before sleep came knocking gently at the edge of your awareness. It only asks that you remain here, now, breathing, and allow whatever was lost to rest as quietly beneath this skin as those gloves do in their drawer, or the stone on its shelf, or the letter sealed between pages no one opens anymore. There is nothing left to prove by holding tighter than necessary. The darkness doesn't demand continuity. It only asks that you stay present within it, not as someone trying to become whole again, but simply as someone who has learned how to lie still without fear of dissolving into the quiet. Your breath slows further now, not because sleep pulls at you, but because your body remembers what your mind forgot. Rest is its own kind of belonging. And so you let it come. This slow surrender not to forgetting, nor even remembering, but simply to being where you are, exactly as you have always been in this moment and every other like it before. The night does not hurry. Neither do you. There's a coat hanging in the back of your closet, lined with velvet that no longer feels soft to the touch, only cool and smooth like river stone left too long in shade. You wore it once in late autumn when the air carried the scent of wet earth and wood smoke from distant chimneys, and you didn't notice then how the hem had frayed slightly where it brushed against the curb each time you walked home from the bus stop. You never mended it. Not because you were careless, but because something about its weight against your shoulders felt like a language you no longer needed to speak aloud. The buttons are still there, small and dull, pressed into fabric that remembers the curve of your neck before you learned to hold yourself differently. You don't take it down anymore. You don't need to. It doesn't vanish when you forget it exists. It only waits, folded gently around the shape of someone who once believed warmth could be carried in wool. Somewhere between then and now, there was a window you used to press your forehead against each morning before school, watching frost spread across the glass like veins drawn by an invisible hand. You didn't know what made it bloom that way, whether it was the cold biting at the pane from outside or the breath you let out slowly, steadily, into the chill. And you never asked. It simply appeared, delicate and fleeting, each day different enough to feel new but familiar enough to be trusted. You trace its edges with your fingertip, leaving a smudge behind that melted almost instantly, as if the glass had swallowed your touch before it could become memory. Now you don't wake early anymore, and the windows in this room are too thick for frost to form. But sometimes, when the air is still just after dawn, you catch yourself tilting your head slightly, as though expecting the pattern to return, not because you miss it, but because something inside you still turns toward quiet things that come unbidden. There was a spoon you kept beside your bed for years, not for eating, not for stirring tea, but because its handle had been smoothed by decades of fingers before yours, maybe your mother's, maybe someone else's, and the curve fit perfectly against the pad of your thumb when you held it loosely while drifting. You didn't think about why you kept it there. You only knew that if it was missing one night, even for a moment, the silence felt heavier, as though the room had lost its quietest companion. One day, without ceremony or notice, it vanished, perhaps misplaced in a move, perhaps swept away with other things deemed unnecessary. And still, years later, when you reach out into empty air before sleep fully claims you, your fingers twitch toward that space where nothing rests anymore. Not because you need the spoon back, but because you miss the way its presence made stillness feel less like absence and more like a promise. A shelf in an old house held 5 mismatched teacups, each from a different time, each with a crack or chip no one ever repaired. You drank from them all, sometimes 2 at once if your hands were cold, and never wondered why they didn't match, or whether the tea tasted different depending on which one you chose. The handles varied in thickness. The glaze wore thin in places where lips had touched too often, too tenderly. One had a tiny dent near the rim, barely visible unless held to light, that you always avoided with your thumb, as if touching it might unravel something delicate inside you. You never spoke of them. No one asked why they were kept. They simply existed, side by side, holding warmth that passed through them and into your palms before dissolving into the air between breaths. You don't own those cups now. But sometimes, when the kettle sings low in the kitchen and steam rises in slow spirals, you lift your hands, not to grasp anything, and let the heat linger on your skin as if remembering how it once warmed something else. You used to leave notes tucked under pillows, written in pencil so lightly they could be erased with a sigh. They weren't messages to anyone, just words that came out when you were half asleep and too tired to keep them inside. I still like the way rain sounds on tin roofs. Or I think I loved him without knowing how. Or simply, it was enough then. You never read them again after writing them. They stayed beneath sheets where your head had rested, pressed into fabric by the weight of dreams too soft to name. One morning you woke and found all of them gone, cleared away perhaps during a change of linens. But you didn't search for them. You didn't feel loss, only relief, quiet as dust settling after a long stillness. The words hadn't been meant to be kept. They'd only needed to exist long enough to leave your body and enter the air between sleep and waking. There's a song you heard once in an open car window on a summer evening, just before sunset turned everything gold and thin as paper. You didn't know the title, didn't catch the lyrics, only felt how it curled around your ribs like smoke, light enough to vanish but deep enough to settle into muscle memory. You never tried to find it again, not because you couldn't, but because the moment itself was whole without needing to be named or recovered. Sometimes now, when the wind shifts just right through the trees outside your window, or when a distant radio plays a chord too faint to identify, something in your chest remembers how that melody felt, not as sound but as space, open, warm, unclaimed. The night doesn't ask you to hold any of it. Not the gloves, not the stone, not the letter, not the spoon, not the cups, not the notes, not the song. It only asks that you lie here, breathing slow, skin warm, limbs heavy, and allow everything that was once yours to rest where it has always belonged, inside the quiet that never left you, even when you forgot to notice it was there. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, its lining frayed at the cuffs but still warm with the slow heat of your shoulders. The way your body learned to settle into it like a second skin. You never washed it fully, just brushed off snow, let rain dry on its surface, let the scent of pine needles and old Chinese letter linger in the folds. It had no buttons, only a drawstring tied loose at the waist, always undone by habit, as if keeping it fastened might trap something inside you that needed to breathe. You wore it walking home from places you didn't remember naming, libraries with high windows, bus stops where strangers hummed tunes you almost knew, parks where children chased pigeons into trees too tall for their laughter to reach. The coat held those moments without keeping them. It didn't ask you to recall what you'd seen or felt, only to carry it a little longer before hanging it on the hook by the door, where it would wait, quiet and waiting, like a breath held just past its natural end. You stopped wearing it after one spring when the air turned thick with pollen and your throat tightened every time you pulled it over your head. You folded it neatly, too neatly, and placed it in the back of the closet behind other things you no longer reached for. Shoes with worn soles, a scarf knitted by someone whose face you now saw only as light through a window, A book with pages turned down at poems you could never recite aloud. You didn't throw it away. You didn't give it to anyone. It simply became part of the space behind closed doors, where things rest not because they're forgotten, but because their purpose has softened into presence. There was a bench in a garden you visited once late afternoon, when the light had begun its slow retreat and the grass still held warmth from the day. You sat there for an hour without moving, watching how shadows stretched across the stones like ink spilled on paper. A woman passed by with 2 terriers who paused to sniff your shoes before trotting ahead, their leashes tangled slightly, as if they'd been walking together too long to remember which was leading. No one spoke to you. You didn't speak to anyone. But for those minutes, the air felt like something you could step into and out of without leaving a trace. Later, you couldn't say whether you were happy or sad, only that your thoughts had quieted, not by force, but because the world around you had become too gentle to demand an answer. You never went back to that bench, not because it was gone or changed, but because you no longer needed to sit there to feel its stillness. It lived now in the way you sometimes pause at a window just before dusk, letting your hands rest on the sill, not thinking, not remembering, only feeling how the glass cools beneath your palms and how the light lingers longer than it should. There was a key you carried for years, not to a door, but to a drawer in an old desk you never opened again. It didn't fit anything else. You kept it in your pocket because once, long ago, you had thought that opening that drawer might reveal something essential. Letters, photographs, a child's drawing signed with your name in crayon, the exact shade of blue you no longer recognized as yours. But you never turned it in the lock. Not out of fear, not out of hesitation, but because the act of carrying it felt more true than any revelation could be. The weight of it against your thigh became a kind of quiet companion, steady as footsteps on a hallway floor at night. You lost the key eventually, not by dropping it, but by letting go of the need to find where it belonged. You didn't mourn its absence. You only noticed, months later, that the pocket in your favorite jacket no longer bulged the same way when you reached for it. And that was enough. There were mornings you woke with the taste of something sweet still on your tongue. Honey, perhaps, or syrup from a pancake eaten years before. And you would lie still, eyes closed, letting the flavor dissolve slowly like sugar in warm tea. You never tried to recall why it was there. You didn't wonder if someone had fed you, or if you dreamed of eating, or if your body remembered what it once loved without needing your mind to confirm it. The sweetness stayed for a few breaths, then faded, not erased, but released into the air between sleep and waking, like smoke from an extinguished candle. There was a window in a room you lived in for a short time, its pane slightly warped so that when rain fell outside, the drops bent as they slid down, forming shapes you never saw twice. A bird with too many wings, a face half hidden by fog, a tree growing sideways into the sky. You used to watch them while waiting for the kettle to boil or before falling asleep, letting those distortions hold your attention without asking for meaning. They weren't patterns, not really. Just ripples in glass that made ordinary rain feel like something whispered. You moved away from that apartment and never saw the window again. But sometimes now, when water runs down a shower wall or condensation gathers on a cold drink held too long in your hand, you catch yourself watching, not for images, not for stories, but simply because the way light bends through liquid still feels like something you once knew. You don't need to find them all. You don't need to name them. The quiet doesn't require completion. It only asks that you stay here, breathing slow, skin warm, limbs heavy, letting every fragment of who you were settle where it already belongs. Not in memory, but in the silence that never asked you to be anything more than what you were, moment by moment, breath by breath. There was a scarf you wore every winter, thin as breath, the color of dried lavender left too long in a drawer. You didn't remember buying it, only that it always felt right around your neck when the air turned sharp with frost. It never kept you warm, not really, but it held something else. The quiet certainty that you were still yourself, even when the world outside had grown cold and distant. You lost it one evening after walking home from the market, arms full of bread and apples, the scarf slipping unnoticed as you stepped off the curb. You didn't go back to look for it. You only noticed its absence weeks later, when your fingers brushed empty air at your throat and paused, just long enough to feel the space where warmth had once settled like a sigh. That silence became part of you too. You kept a small ceramic bowl on the windowsill in another house, glazed a pale green that changed with the light. It held nothing but rainwater collected from the eaves during storms, and sometimes a single dried petal or two, never more than what fell naturally. You never cleaned it out. The water grew cloudy, then still, then vanished into the air, leaving behind only faint rings where minerals had settled like forgotten initials. You didn't think about why you left it that way. You only knew that watching those rings form and fade gave your evenings a rhythm no clock could name. One spring, The bowl cracked when frost slipped in beneath its base. You didn't throw it away. You placed it on the shelf beside other broken things. A teacup with a chipped handle, a button missing from an old coat, and let them sit there not as ruins, but as quiet witnesses to seasons past. There was a song you hummed without knowing where it came from, low and slow, like a lullaby half remembered from before words had names. You'd catch yourself singing it while washing dishes, or waiting for the bus, or folding laundry in the dim glow of a bedside lamp. The tune didn't repeat. It shifted slightly each time, as if adjusting to your breath. You never tried to find its origin. You only knew that when you stopped humming. The silence that followed felt fuller than before, as though something had been gently tucked away inside you and now rested there. Content. You used to sit on the floor of a closet in your childhood home, back against the door, knees drawn up, listening to the house breathe around you. The creak of stairs settling, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant murmur of voices somewhere beyond walls. You didn't hide because you were afraid. You sat there because it felt like being held without touching anything. The air inside that closet smelled of wool coats and cedar blocks, and time moved differently there, not slower, not faster, but softer, as if the world outside had learned to walk on its toes. You never told anyone about those moments. You didn't need to. They lived in your bones long after you stopped going there. There was a stone you picked up once, smooth from river water, cool even in summer heat. You carried it in your pocket for weeks, not because it meant anything, but because holding it made your hand feel steady. One day you set it down on the windowsill beside your coffee mug and forgot about it. Months later, you found it there under a thin layer of dust, still unchanged. You didn't pick it up again. You let it stay where it was, as if its presence had become part of the light that fell across the sill each afternoon. You used to trace the pattern of cracks in the plaster ceiling above your bed, not to count them, not to name their shapes, but simply because the way the lines bent and broke felt like a language you understood without learning. You'd watch them for minutes at a time before sleep came, and sometimes, when you woke in the night, you'd lift your gaze again, as if checking in with an old friend who never spoke but always listened. There was a pair of socks you wore every day for 3 winters, the heels worn thin like petals pressed into paper. You mended them once, with yarn from another sock that had already given up, and they became something else entirely. Not repaired, not replaced, but transformed by the act of holding on. They never looked right again, and yet they fit better than any new pair ever had. You stopped wearing them when the thread finally unraveled completely, one morning in late March. You didn't throw them away. You folded them neatly and placed them inside a shoebox with other things you no longer needed but couldn't bring yourself to discard. A dried flower from a birthday bouquet. A ticket stub from a movie you barely remembered watching. The label from a bottle of shampoo you'd loved for its scent alone. You didn't open that box again, but sometimes when you passed by it in the closet, your hand would brush the lid, not to lift it, not to look, but just to feel the slight give of cardboard under your fingers, as if remembering what it was like to hold something quiet and whole. There were evenings you sat on the porch with a cup of tea gone lukewarm, watching fireflies blink in the tall grass. You didn't count them. You didn't wish for more. You only watched, and after a while your own breathing began to match their rhythm. Brief light, long dark, brief light again. You never thought about what they were doing out there. You only knew that watching them made you feel less alone in the dark. There was a book you read once as a child, its pages stained with butter from toast eaten while reading under a blanket. The cover had fallen off long ago. The spine cracked open like an old wound. You never reread it, but sometimes when you smell warm bread baking, or feel the softness of a folded blanket pulled tight, you catch yourself thinking of lines you can no longer recall, words that once lived inside you and now live only in the quiet spaces between breaths. You don't need to find them again. The silence doesn't ask for return. It only asks that you stay, here now, breathing, as the night settles deeper into your skin, as the weight of your body grows heavier with each exhale, as every fragment of who you were sinks gently, quietly, into the dark earth of rest. There was a scarf you wrapped around your neck one October morning, not because it was cold, but because the color reminded you of the inside of a seashell you'd held to your ear as a child. Something about the way the purple faded into gray at the edges, like breath dissolving into air. You wore it for weeks until the wool began to pill, and then you let it hang on the back of a chair by the window, where the sunlight caught it just right in the late afternoon. It never got dirty. It never needed washing. It simply became part of the room's quiet, like the way shadows stretch across floorboards when the sun dips low. You stopped noticing it entirely until one evening you reached for it without thinking, and your fingers found only air. You didn't look for it. You didn't miss it. You only felt the absence as a slight hollow beneath your collarbone, like the space left behind when a stone is pulled from a stream bed. You used to sit on the floor of your bedroom with a tin box full of buttons, each one different, some chipped, others glazed in colors you couldn't name, all saved because they fit neatly between your thumb and forefinger. You'd sort them by size, then by shape, then by how they felt against your skin. The smooth ones, the rough ones, the ones with tiny holes worn through from years of thread pulling. You never sewed anything with them. You didn't need to. Just holding them made you feel like you were keeping time in small, quiet increments. One day, the box vanished. You don't remember losing it. You only remember waking up one morning and not knowing where it had gone. You looked everywhere, under the bed, inside shoes, behind books, but never found it. And yet, sometimes now, when your fingers brush against a zipper pull or the edge of a buttonhole on a coat you're putting on, you pause, not because you're searching, but because something in the texture reminds you that you once knew how to hold stillness in your palm. There was a bench beneath a maple tree where you'd sit after school, legs swinging just above the ground. You never brought books or snacks or friends. You only sat and watched the leaves shift with the wind, not as if they were dancing, but as if they were remembering how to fall. One autumn, you noticed that every leaf that landed near your shoes had a single vein running through it, dark and clear like the path of a river on a map. You didn't pick them up. You didn't collect them. You only watched them pile up, one by one, until the ground beneath you was covered in quiet, brittle things that crunched just enough to be felt but not heard. That winter, the tree lost its bark in patches, and the wood underneath looked pale and new, like skin after a scab falls away. You didn't think of it as damaged. You thought of it as revealed. You kept a small glass jar on your nightstand for no reason you could name. Inside were 3 pebbles from a beach you visited once, when you were too young to remember why you'd gone or who had been with you. They weren't special, just smooth, gray stones worn by salt and time. You picked them up because they felt cool in your hand, like something that had waited a long time to be held. You never opened the jar again after the first week. But sometimes when you woke before dawn, you'd reach for it without opening your eyes, just to feel its weight on the shelf beside you. It wasn't comforting. It wasn't meaningful. It was simply there, like the space between 2 heartbeats. There were nights you walked barefoot through the house after everyone else had gone to sleep, your soles brushing against wood that had grown warm from the day's sun and now held it gently like a secret. You didn't go anywhere. You only moved from room to room, listening to how each floorboard sighed differently under your weight. The one near the kitchen groaned softly, while the one by the stairs clicked once and then fell silent. You never turned on a light. You didn't need to. The dark wasn't empty. It was full of the quiet history of footsteps you'd taken before, and the ones you might take again, if only you stayed still long enough to feel them coming. You used to fold laundry with your eyes closed, just to see how well you could remember where each item belonged, how the towels felt heavier than they looked, how socks always clung together in pairs even when they'd been separated for weeks. You didn't do it because you were efficient or careful. You did it because folding made the world feel orderly again, if only for a few minutes. One day, you found yourself folding a shirt you hadn't worn since before you could name your favorite color. The fabric was thin now, stretched at the shoulders, and the buttons had turned yellow with age. You didn't put it away. You held it against your chest until the warmth of your skin soaked into the cotton. Then you laid it back in the pile and let someone else finish. There was a sound, a low hum almost below hearing, that used to come from the wall behind your bed at night. You never found its source. It wasn't the pipes. It wasn't the heater. It didn't change with the seasons or the time of day. You stopped wondering about it after a while. You only learned to sleep with it there, like a voice that had always been whispering just beneath your dreams. Sometimes now, when you're nearly asleep and the house is very quiet, you think you hear it again. Not loud enough to be real, not soft enough to be imagined. And you let yourself believe it's still there, waiting for you, as patient as the dark. You never learned how to tie a proper knot. You always made loose loops, half hitches that held just long enough before unraveling on their own. Your shoelaces came undone in the middle of walks. Your scarves slipped off your shoulders without warning. Once, you tied a bag shut with string and it fell open 3 steps later. No one ever scolded you for it. You never minded. There was something peaceful about things that let go when they were ready, not because they were broken, but because they had done what they needed to do. The night deepens and your breath grows slower than the turning of pages in a book left open on a shelf. The room holds you without asking for anything in return. You are not lost. You are not searching. You are simply here, still, soft, and slowly becoming part of the quiet that has always been waiting. You remember the smell of rain on a window you didn't know you were pressing your forehead against, the glass cool and fogged with breath you didn't realize you were holding. The house was quiet then, not because everyone had gone to sleep, but because no one was speaking at all, not even in whispers, not even in sighs. You watched the water trace its way down the pane, each drop slowing, merging, splitting again as if deciding whether to go on or stay where it was. You didn't think about what it meant to move or to wait. You only knew that if you stayed very still, the rain would forget you were there, and the world beyond the glass would feel like something that had always belonged to someone else. There was a chair in the corner of your room that never quite matched anything else. The wood was darkened by time. The cushion frayed at the seam where your elbow used to rest when you read books you didn't understand. You never finished them, not because they were hard, but because the act of turning the page felt like stepping out of a dream too fragile to hold. You would sit there for hours with your knees pulled up, one hand resting on the spine as if keeping it from wandering away. The book was always open to the same page, not because you'd forgotten where you were, but because that sentence, that line, held something you couldn't name, and naming it might make it vanish. You used to collect stones from walks you didn't remember taking. They weren't special, just smooth, slightly rounded things, worn down by rivers or tide or time, each one cool to the touch even when the sun had warmed the earth all afternoon. You kept them in a shoebox beneath your bed. You never counted them. You never sorted them by size or color. Sometimes you'd take one out at night and roll it between your palms until your skin grew warm from its stillness. Then you'd put it back, not because you were afraid of losing it, but because holding it too long made you feel like you were stealing something that didn't belong to you. There was a drawer in the kitchen that never opened all the way. The wood had swollen with humidity over years, and the handle creaked when you tugged, not loudly, but with a soft protest, like someone clearing their throat before speaking. You stopped trying to force it open after your mother said, "It's just full of things we don't need anymore." But you never looked inside. Not because you were afraid of what might be there, but because the sound of that creak, the way it rose and fell, felt like a voice saying something you weren't ready to hear. You used to lie on your back in the grass behind the house, staring up at clouds that didn't look like anything familiar. Not animals or faces or ships, just shapes that shifted slowly, as if they were remembering how to be themselves again. You didn't try to name them. You didn't need to. The sky didn't ask you to. It only asked for your silence. And you gave it willingly, because in those moments, the weight of your body against the earth felt like the only truth that mattered. You stopped wearing socks with holes in them long before anyone else noticed. Not because they were uncomfortable or unsightly, but because the feeling of threadbare fabric against your toes reminded you too much of something you couldn't quite recall. A winter morning, perhaps, when your feet were cold and someone had tucked blankets around you without saying a word. You kept those socks folded in a drawer for years after you stopped wearing them. You never threw them away. You didn't need to. They weren't broken. They'd simply become quiet. There was a song you heard once on the radio just as the sun was setting through your bedroom window. It wasn't popular. No one else seemed to know it. The melody was simple, just a few notes repeated in a pattern that didn't resolve. You played it over and over on an old cassette player that clicked when rewinding, as if it were hesitating before each repetition. You never learned the title. You never looked for it. You only listened until the tape wore thin, until the sound became something your body remembered before your mind did. You used to trace patterns in the condensation on bathroom mirrors after showers, not to write names or messages, but because the water moved slowly under your fingertip, and you liked how the shapes formed and dissolved without effort. You never tried to hold them. You didn't need to. They were already gone by the time you noticed they'd been there. The night is deeper now. Your breath moves like tide against a shore that doesn't know it's being touched. The quiet has settled into your bones, not as absence but as presence. A kind of stillness that remembers everything without needing to say it aloud. You are not trying to find who you were. You are not searching for the missing pieces. There is no puzzle here. Only the slow unfurling of a breath that has always been yours, even when you forgot how to recognize it. You are not lost. You are simply here. And the dark, patient as ever, holds you without asking anything in return. There was a coat you wore once, too big for you, its sleeves falling past your fingertips like folded wings. You didn't care that it didn't fit. You liked how it smelled, not of soap or perfume, but of old rain and the faintest trace of someone else's tobacco, left behind on the hanger in the hallway closet. You wore it even in summer when the air was warm and heavy with the scent of cut grass. No one asked why. You never explained. It wasn't about warmth. It was about carrying something that didn't belong to you but felt like it had always been yours to hold. You left it hanging behind the door of your room for years after you outgrew it. And when you finally took it down, the buttons were loose, the lining frayed at the cuffs, and the pocket held nothing but dust and a single button that didn't match any of the others. You didn't throw it away. You folded it carefully, slowly, as if folding a letter you'd never written. The fabric still carried the shape of your shoulders, even though you hadn't worn it in over a decade. There was a time when you sat on the edge of the bathtub after dark, watching the water drain in slow circles, listening to the gurgle fade into silence. You didn't turn on the light. You didn't need to. The moonlight through the window painted stripes across the tiles, and for a while your shadow stayed still beside you, as if it had forgotten how to move. You wondered if the water remembered where it came from: the sink, the shower head, the pipes beneath the floor, before it vanished into darkness below. You didn't try to answer. You only watched until the last ripple smoothed out, until the drain became just a hole again, quiet and empty as a held breath released. There was a book you found on a shelf in your grandmother's house. Its cover faded to gray, no title on the spine. Inside, every page had been torn out except one, just a single sheet, with a drawing of a tree drawn in pencil so light it was nearly gone. The branches stretched wide, but the roots were barely there, as if the artist had forgotten where they began. You turned the page slowly, expecting more, hoping for words, but nothing followed. You didn't take it home. You left it on the shelf, closed and untouched, because something about its silence felt sacred, not broken, not lost, just unfinished in a way that didn't need completion. You used to press your palm flat against the wall of your childhood bedroom at night, fingers spread wide, feeling the texture of the paint, rough where it had cracked over time, smooth where the sun had dried it evenly. You did this because you liked knowing that the same surface had been touched by smaller hands before yours, and would be touched again long after yours were gone. You never knew who those other hands belonged to. You didn't care. It was enough that the wall remembered them. There was a train you rode once late at night when the world outside was dark and still. You weren't going anywhere important. There was no destination written on your ticket. The seats were empty except for you, and an old man across the aisle who slept with his hat pulled low over his eyes. The windows showed nothing but blackness, broken only by the occasional flicker of a distant light. A house, a sign, a street lamp blinking off as the train passed. You closed your eyes and listened to the rhythm of the tracks, steady, unchanging, without purpose beyond motion itself. When you opened them again, the man was gone. The seat across from you was empty. No one had gotten on or off at any station you remembered. But you didn't feel alone. You felt like you'd been sharing the ride with someone who had always been there. You kept a jar of dried lavender in your drawer for years, though you never used it. It wasn't for scent. It wasn't even for memory. You simply liked knowing it was there, dry and brittle now, its purple faded to gray, held in glass like something caught mid-sigh. You didn't open the lid. You didn't need to smell it. The mere fact that it existed, untouched but not forgotten, felt like a quiet promise. Some things stay even when they stop doing anything. There was a chair you sat in every evening before bed, long after everyone else had gone silent. It wasn't the most comfortable one. Its legs wobbled slightly if you leaned back too far. The cushion had sunk in the middle and the fabric wore thin near the armrests where your elbows rested. You never replaced it. You never fixed it. You sat in it because its imperfections felt familiar, not comforting, not nostalgic, but true. Like the way your own thoughts sometimes stumbled over themselves before settling into rhythm. You used to collect stones from rivers you passed by on walks with your parents. Not special ones, just smooth ones, gray or brown, cool to the touch. You didn't keep them in a box. You didn't label them. You carried one at a time in your pocket until it grew warm against your skin, then dropped it back into the water without looking back. No ritual, no reason, just the feeling of letting go before you even knew what you were holding. The night is quiet now, deeper than before. Your breathing has slowed, not because you're trying to sleep, but because your body remembers how to rest, even when your mind hasn't decided to stop wandering. There is no need to gather the pieces, no need to name them. They are not lost. They are simply resting like stones in a riverbed, like lavender in a closed jar, like a coat hanging on a hook that no one opens anymore. You do not have to be the same person you were. You do not have to remember why you held on. The quiet does not ask for explanations. It only asks that you stay. And you are staying. Not as someone who remembers everything, not as someone who has figured it out, but as someone who is still here, breathing, listening, holding nothing but the dark, and finding slowly that it holds you just fine. The ceiling above you is still there, unchanged. The air moves softly against your skin. You are not trying to find yourself. You are simply being held. There was a scarf you wore once, long after it had lost its warmth. Thin wool, frayed at the edges, stitched with tiny blue flowers that no longer held their color. You kept it folded in the back of a drawer beneath sweaters you never wore, not because it reminded you of anyone, but because it still carried the shape of your neck when you'd pulled it tight against the cold. You didn't wear it to feel safe. You didn't wear it to remember. It simply fit the way your body remembered how to hold itself in winter. Shoulders drawn inward, breath shallow, not as a habit, not as a ritual, but as something that had once been necessary and now lingered without purpose. You took it out one evening when the air turned sharp with dusk, just to drape it over the back of your chair. It didn't smell like anything anymore. No perfume, no smoke, no rain on pavement. But you sat there anyway, watching how the light fell across its folds, how the threads caught and released the dim glow from the lamp beside you. There was a time when you used to trace the lines on your palm with your thumb, not because you believed in fate or fortune, but because the ridges felt like quiet paths you had walked without knowing it. You'd press gently, slowly, as if listening for echoes beneath skin. You stopped doing it after one winter night when you realized you were tracing a pattern that didn't belong to you anymore. The lines had shifted slightly, smoothed by time or touch or simply the weight of years. And yet, you still recognized them. You kept your first toothbrush in a cup on the bathroom shelf long after its bristles had flattened into silence. You never used it again. It wasn't sentimental. It didn't feel like a relic. It was just there, dry and silent, as if waiting to be picked up by someone who no longer needed it. You walked through fields as a child without knowing you were walking, only that the grass brushed your ankles in patterns you couldn't name. Not soft, not rough, but something between, rhythmic like breathing. You didn't look down. You didn't need to see where your feet landed. The earth held them even when you weren't paying attention. You used to lie on your back under trees and watch the leaves move above you, not because they were beautiful, not because you thought about wind or photosynthesis, but because their motion felt like a language spoken too softly for ears that had learned only how to listen for words. You didn't try to understand it. You just let it pass over you. There was a bookshelf in your childhood room with 5 books on the bottom shelf, all slightly crooked as if pushed there by careless hands, or perhaps careful ones, afraid of disturbing their order. None had covers anymore. The spines were faded, edges curled like old paper left too long near a window. You never read them again after you turned 12. But sometimes, when the house was quiet and the light slanted just so, you'd stand in front of it and let your fingers hover above the titles without touching. You used to hum tunes that didn't exist, melodies made up while washing dishes or waiting for rain to stop. You never sang them aloud. They stayed inside your mouth like half-swallowed breaths. Sometimes now, when you're very still, you feel a faint vibration in your throat, not quite memory, not quite imagination, but the ghost of something you once carried without knowing why. There was a door in an old house you visited as a child that never opened all the way. The frame had warped with age, and the latch stuck unless you pushed just right, with your shoulder slowly, like coaxing someone who didn't want to be found. You tried it every time you went back, even though no one ever said anything about it. No one else seemed to notice, but you did. And each time when it finally gave way and swung open half an inch, You felt something loosen inside you. You never kept birthday cards, not because they meant nothing, but because their words lived in your chest long after the paper had faded or curled at the corners. You didn't need to read them again. The feeling of having been seen, that was what stayed. And sometimes now, when a silence settles too deep and you find yourself still breathing into it, you feel that same quiet recognition, as if someone is holding up a card in the dark, not saying anything, just letting you know they remember. There were nights you woke with your hand resting on your chest, not because you were afraid, not because something was wrong, but because you needed to be sure. Yes, still here, still moving, still breathing, no reason given, no explanation sought. You don't need to find who you were before the forgetting began. You don't need to call it back into shape. The silence doesn't ask for a name. It only asks that you remain, still enough to feel your own breath, soft enough to let the past rest where it lies. In the curve of an old scarf, in the tilt of a door frame, in the quiet press of fingers against skin. The ceiling above you hasn't moved. You haven't moved either. And yet you are still here. There was a coat you wore once, long after it no longer fit. The sleeves too short, the hem brushing your knees instead of your calves. But you kept it hanging in the closet because the wool still held the scent of someone who used to braid your hair on winter mornings. Fingers slow and warm as tea left to cool. You never wore it again. Not even when it rained or the wind turned sharp, but sometimes when the house was empty and the light had gone quiet. You'd open the door just enough to let your hand slip inside and press against the lining, where the fabric had frayed thin near the pocket, as if something small had been tucked there once and forgotten. You didn't try to remember who it was that braided you. You didn't need to. The warmth remained in the wool, not as memory, but as texture, something your skin still recognized before your mind could catch up. You used to collect stones from river banks, not because they were pretty, not because you thought about geology or time, but because their weight felt like a promise you hadn't yet learned how to keep. Each one was different, some smooth as wet silk, others jagged with edges that caught the light in strange ways, as if they'd been holding onto sunlight longer than they should have. You carried them in your pockets until they grew warm from your body, then left them on windowsills or tucked beneath potted plants, never sure why you did it. Later, when you passed those same rivers again, you didn't look for them. You didn't expect to find them. But sometimes when the water moved just so, slow and silver under dusk, you swore you saw one of them resting on the bottom, still there, untouched by currents or time. There was a chair in an attic room that never belonged to anyone else. It had no name, no history written into its legs, but it held your shape perfectly. The curve of your back, the angle of your shoulders when you leaned forward just enough to rest your elbows on your knees. You sat there for hours once, watching dust float through slanted light, not thinking about anything, not even yourself. The wood creaked softly under you, not loudly enough to be noticed by others, but clearly enough that you knew it remembered you. You never went back after that summer, and years later, when the house was sold, no one mentioned the chair. No one even seemed to know it was there. But you still feel its pressure sometimes when you sit too long in silence, like something inside you is leaning forward, waiting for a sound that will never come. You used to trace patterns on fogged-up windows with your fingertip, not drawings, not letters, just lines that curved and broke and curled back again, like thoughts half-formed. You did it in winter, when the air was cold and the glass breathed out mist from inside. No one else noticed. Even your own breath was too quiet to be heard over the hum of the heater. But you liked how the pattern disappeared as soon as you lifted your finger, how it didn't need to last to mean something. You never tried to recreate them. They weren't meant to be kept, just felt, just made, just gone. There were nights you slept with one arm draped over the edge of the bed. Not because you were cold, not because you were restless, but because your body remembered how it used to reach for someone who isn't here anymore, and even though they've been gone longer than they stayed, your wrist still curls outward sometimes in sleep, as if expecting a hand to slip into yours. You don't pull it back. You let it hang there, half off the mattress, like an offering left at a door that never opens. You used to keep a single sock under your pillow, one blue one, with a small hole near the toe, because when you were small, someone told you it would help you dream sweetly if you held something soft against your cheek. You didn't believe them, but you kept the sock anyway. Not because of magic, but because it felt like belonging to yourself in a way that didn't require words. Even after it frayed and lost its shape, even after you washed it too many times until the color faded into gray-blue haze, you still tucked it under your pillow for years. You don't anymore. But sometimes when the sheets are cool and the room is quiet, you press your palm flat against your chest, not to feel your heart, not to count breaths, but just because you remember how something small and worn could hold so much. There was a hallway in an old apartment where the floorboards sang underfoot, a low hum, almost musical, that changed pitch depending on which step you pressed. You learned them all by accident. The third one from the kitchen creaked like a sigh. The seventh groaned if you stepped too fast, and the ninth, just before the bathroom door, made a sound like someone clearing their throat quietly. You never told anyone about it. No one else seemed to hear it. But you walked that hallway differently after that, not slower, not careful, but as if you were playing an instrument no one else knew existed. Even now, when you pass through unfamiliar halls, your foot hesitates, just for a heartbeat, before stepping down, waiting to see whether the wood might sing back. You used to fold laundry without thinking about it, folding shirts into squares, socks into little rolls, towels into neat rectangles, not because you were tidy, not because you wanted order, but because the rhythm of it felt like a lullaby your hands remembered. You didn't listen to music while doing it. You didn't need to. The sound of fabric sliding against itself, the soft snap when a collar was smoothed flat, the quiet weight of warm cotton settling into place, that was enough. Sometimes now, when you fold something fresh from the dryer, you pause, not because you're distracted, not because you've forgotten what to do, but because your fingers still know how to move before your mind catches up. You don't need to find those pieces again. You don't need to name them or place them in order. They are already here, in the way your hand finds the edge of a blanket without looking, in the slight pause before you step onto the third stair, in the quiet press of your palm against your chest when no one else is watching. The past isn't lost because it doesn't live in memory alone. It lives in the shape your body makes when it thinks no one's seeing. And that shape, soft, uneven, unasked for, is still yours. The ceiling hasn't moved. You haven't moved either. But something beneath your skin is breathing slower now, deeper, as if it knows you're not trying to hold on anymore. You used to collect smooth stones from the riverbank behind your grandmother's house, not because they were pretty, but because each one felt like a quiet thing that had been worn down by time and didn't mind being forgotten. You carried them in the pocket of your coat, not all at once, just one or two, and let them rest against your thigh as you sat on the porch swing, watching the light change over the water. You never showed them to anyone. You didn't need to explain why they felt like belonging. One of them was cool even in summer heat, and you always knew which one it was by the way your skin remembered its shape before your eyes did. You lost that stone somewhere between the last year you visited and the first year you stopped going back. You don't know where. You don't look for it. But sometimes, when your fingers brush against a countertop or the edge of a bookshelf just right, they pause, not searching, not hoping, but as if they're waiting to feel something familiar again. There was a time you would sit on the floor with your back against the wall and trace patterns in the dust with your fingertip, spirals, jagged lines, shapes that meant nothing to anyone else but felt like thoughts you couldn't speak. You didn't do it because you were bored or restless. You did it because the movement made something inside you settle, like a weight shifting just enough to breathe easier. The patterns never lasted long. A draft would scatter them. A footstep would blur them. But you kept making them anyway. Even now, when you sit still for too long, your fingertip twitches against your thigh, as if it still remembers the texture of dust and the quiet rhythm of erasing itself. You once wore a sweater that had lost its buttons, so you stitched on mismatched ones from old coats, pearl, plastic, mother of pearl, one carved like a tiny bird. You didn't fix them to make it look right. You fixed them because each one felt like a piece of someone else's life you were quietly holding. The sweater grew thin in the elbows and smelled faintly of cedar and rain, even after washing. You wore it until the sleeves frayed past mending. You never threw it away. It sits folded now in the back of a drawer, not because you still wear it, but because when your hand brushes against its fabric by accident, something in your chest doesn't tighten, it softens. There was a song you hummed without knowing where it came from. A tune with no words, just 3 notes rising and falling like breath. You sang it to yourself while brushing your teeth, while waiting for the bus, while lying awake before sleep found you. It never changed, not once. Even when you forgot your name for a day, even when the world felt heavy and strange, that melody stayed, steady as a heartbeat you didn't know you were keeping. You don't hum it anymore. You don't remember why you stopped. But sometimes in the hush between breaths, when the house is empty and the air still, you catch yourself opening your mouth just slightly, as if to let the notes out, but they never come. You used to leave small things behind on purpose. A hairpin near the sink, a pen tucked under a book, a single glove left dangling from a branch. You didn't do it because you were careless. You did it because you liked knowing that parts of yourself could be found by someone else or not found at all, and either way they wouldn't matter less for being lost. No one ever returned them. No one ever noticed. But you kept doing it as if the act itself was a kind of whisper. Here I was. Here I am. The night air is cool against your skin now, and your breath moves slower than before, not because you're trying to sleep, but because the effort of holding on has dissolved into something quieter. You don't need to find those stones. You don't need to remember the song or the sweater or the dust patterns. They are not gone. They are simply no longer yours to carry. The body remembers what the mind lets go of. And you, lying here in the dark with your eyes closed and your hands resting where they fall, softly, naturally, without demand, are still made of all those quiet things that never ask to be kept. You feel it now, the weight of a hand that used to hold yours, the warmth of a voice that once said your name like a promise, the shape of a room you haven't stepped into in years. They are not memories, not exactly. They are echoes that don't bounce back, they settle, like dust on a windowsill, like steam from a cup left too long to cool. You don't need to stitch them together. You don't need to name them or claim them as proof of who you were. You only need to be here in this room with your breath slowing, your limbs heavy and unafraid, letting the past rest where it has always lived, in the quiet places your hands still know how to find. The ceiling hasn't moved. Neither have you. But something beneath your skin is no longer asking to be understood. You notice how the light through the curtains changes when no one is watching, how it slips sideways across the floorboards like a slow tide, pooling just beyond the edge of your mattress, where your foot rests half bare under the sheet. You don't remember why you left your socks there. Maybe you were tired. Maybe you meant to pick them up later. Later never came. And now the fabric has cooled, the fibers settled into the shape of your arches, as if they knew you'd return even when you forgot. There was a time you collected empty jars, small ones, with chipped lids from pickles or jam or honey you never liked but kept anyway because the glass felt good in your hands, cool and thick like river stone. You filled them with nothing at all. Sometimes you placed them on the sill where the morning sun could find them, just to watch how the light bent inside the curves of the glass, how it caught dust motes, and held them still for a few seconds before letting go. No one ever asked why. You never explained. The jars are gone now, thrown out, given away, broken without notice. But you still feel their weight when you lift your palm to your chest, as if they were never really lost, only returned to the air. There was a bench beneath an oak tree that bent just enough to cradle your back when you sat too long. You didn't go there to think. You went because it was quiet, and the leaves made a sound like someone breathing far away. The wood had worn smooth where others had sat before you, smooth as skin that's been touched for years by hands that never meant harm. You would close your eyes and let the breeze lift strands of hair from your neck, not to feel the wind, but to remember what it felt like to be small enough to be carried by it. You didn't know then that this was how memory works, not as a picture you keep, but as a space you return to without knowing why. Now, When you lie still in the dark and let your shoulders sink deeper into the mattress, you feel again that same pressure against your spine. The ghost of wood grain pressing through fabric. The slow rhythm of leaves above you moving like waves underwater. You used to trace patterns on the inside of your eyelids with your fingers before sleep. Just a gentle press, not enough to hurt, just enough to make the dark bloom into faint blue and violet swirls. You didn't do it because you were bored. You did it because something in the quiet space between waking and forgetting needed to be touched, even if only by accident. The patterns never repeated. They never meant anything. But they always faded slowly, like ink dissolving in warm water, leaving behind a warmth that lingered longer than the shape. Sometimes now, when you're half asleep and your hand drifts up without thought, your fingertips brush against your closed lids, searching for something that isn't there anymore. And yet, just for an instant, the colors return. There was a keychain you carried for years, a small brass charm shaped like a bird with its wings folded. You never knew where it came from. You never asked. It hung from your backpack strap and tapped softly against your hip when you walked. You didn't notice it most days. But on mornings when the air felt thin and the world seemed too loud, you'd find yourself turning the charm between your fingers without thinking, just to feel its weight, its coolness, its certainty. One day it was gone. You looked everywhere. You didn't cry. You didn't replace it. You simply stopped carrying keys in that pocket. Years later, you found another keychain with a bird on it in a thrift store, tucked between mismatched gloves and old watches. It wasn't the same one. The wings were different. The metal was thinner. But when you held it, your breath slowed just slightly, as if something inside you had been waiting to be reminded. Some things don't need to be returned to be whole. You used to lie on your back in the grass and watch clouds move like slow ships across a sky that didn't care whether you saw them or not. You didn't name them. You didn't try to make sense of their shapes. You just let them pass, and with them, the thought that you too were passing, just as quiet, just as unasked for. Sometimes, when your mind is heavy with the noise of things remembered or forgotten, you close your eyes again, not to imagine clouds, but to feel how the air still moves against your skin in the same way it did then. Not pulling, not pushing, just brushing, like a hand that knows better than to hold on. The room around you holds its breath as softly as you do. The sheets are cool where they touch your ankles. Your hands rest open on your stomach, fingers slightly curled, not clenched, not relaxed, but somewhere in between, the way they always were when you didn't have to be anything at all. You don't need to know what happened to the bird charm or the bench or the jars. You don't need to remember the name of the song or the color of the sweater's lining. The past isn't a puzzle you must solve before sleep can come. It is simply part of the room now, part of the air, the quiet, the way your breath rises and falls without effort. There was a time you kept a journal you never wrote in. You bought it because the cover felt like velvet under your fingertips, dark blue with silver stitching along the spine. You carried it everywhere. You opened it once or twice. You closed it again. It sat on your shelf beside books you never finished and photos you didn't look at. One day you realized you had forgotten where you put it. Not lost, just forgotten. Like a word that slips from your tongue before you can say it out loud. You didn't search for it. You didn't feel the loss. You only noticed much later how empty the shelf felt, not in space but in silence. You are not less because you don't remember everything. You are not more because you hold on to some things. The night deepens. Your pulse slows. The edges of your thoughts grow soft as old paper left too long in sunlight. You do not need to gather them. You do not need to name them. They have already settled where they belong, not in the mind but beneath it, in the quiet places that still know how to hold you. The ceiling hasn't moved. Neither have you. And yet you are still here. Still breathing. Still held. There was a coat you wore in winter that never quite fit right. The sleeves too long. The collar always rising when you turned your head. But you kept it because the pockets held warmth longer than any other fabric you owned. You'd slip your hands into them and feel nothing but air. Yet something inside you believed the heat remained, stored like a secret only your skin remembered. One morning, after rain had soaked through the hem and left salt stains along the seams, you hung it on the hook by the door and forgot to take it down again. Months passed before you noticed it was still there, dust gathering in its folds, buttons dull with time. You didn't throw it out. You didn't wear it again. It simply became part of the space behind the door, the quiet thing that waited without expectation, like a breath held too long until even the holding lost its meaning. You used to sit on the edge of your bed in the dark and listen for the sound of your own breathing before you fell asleep. Not to count it or measure it, but just to know it was there, steady, uneven sometimes, always yours. You didn't try to make it deeper or slower. You let it be what it was, a rhythm that changed with seasons, with storms outside, with the weight of days you couldn't name. Sometimes, when the house grew too quiet, you depress your palm against your chest, not to feel your heart, but to confirm that something inside still moved on its own, without asking permission. There was a window in an old apartment where the light fell differently each afternoon. Never quite the same angle, never exactly the same color. You learned to watch it not for patterns, but for the way it hesitated when it reached the corner of your desk, as if unsure whether to linger or move on. You left things there: a cracked mug with no handle, a single sock that vanished from the dryer weeks before, a dried flower pressed between 2 pages you never opened again. The light touched them all the same. It didn't care which was broken and which was whole. It only knew how to arrive. You stopped keeping photographs after a while, not because they hurt, but because holding them made the moments feel smaller than they had been when lived. You'd stare at your own face in one of them, younger, smiling beside someone you no longer spoke to, and wonder if that person was still inside you, or if she had simply stepped out through some door you didn't notice closing. But then you'd catch a reflection in the glass while washing dishes. The same tilt of the head, the same way your lips parted just slightly when concentrating. And you knew, not all belonging needs to be recognized to exist. You once walked barefoot across cold tile floors at 3 in the morning because something inside told you it would help. You didn't know why then, you don't now either, but every time you do it again, when sleep won't come, when thoughts crowd too close, you feel the same coolness rise up your soles and climb like a slow tide into your bones. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't bring back what's gone. It only says, you are still here. You can still choose to move through the world this way. There was a bookshelf in a room you no longer lived in that held nothing but mismatched teacups, each one chipped or cracked, none matching another. They weren't for drinking. No one ever poured tea into them again after they were collected. You didn't know who placed them there. Maybe you did once, maybe not. But you remember the way morning light caught their rims, turning cracks into veins of gold. You never cleaned them off. Dust settled in every curve like a second skin. They stayed because no one felt right removing them, not out of reverence, out of quiet respect for what had been held even when it was broken. You still find yourself reaching for things that aren't there, not to grasp them back, but to feel the ghost of motion, the echo of intention. A hand lifting a spoon you haven't used in years. Fingers brushing against fabric you no longer own. The slight shift of weight as you turn your head toward an answer that never came. These movements don't disappear just because the objects are gone. They settle into your muscles like old songs hummed without knowing the words. The night grows heavier now, not with silence but with the soft accumulation of all you've carried and let go, and still carry anyway, in ways you can't name or measure. The ceiling above you holds no answers. It never did, but it hasn't moved either, and neither have you, not really. You are here, breathing slowly, arms resting open like empty hands that remember how to hold without needing anything inside them. There was a time you slept with your window cracked just enough for the wind to slip in. Never cold enough to wake you, never warm enough to soothe. It would brush your cheek as you drifted and leave behind nothing but the faintest trace of outside. Damp earth, distant rain, the smell of someone else's laundry drying on a line miles away. You didn't try to identify it. You let it pass through you like memory itself, not clinging, not demanding, just present for a moment before slipping back into the dark. You don't need to find what's missing. You don't need to prove you're still here. The air around your skin remembers how to touch you. And so do you, quietly, patiently, without asking. There was a coat you wore once in late autumn, not because it kept you warm, but because its pockets held the shape of your hands like they'd been molded by years of forgetting to take it off. You didn't remember buying it. It came to you already lived in, sleeves slightly frayed at the cuffs, the zipper stubborn but never broken. You wore it through seasons you can no longer place, through mornings when the light fell sideways across kitchen counters and evenings when the radio played music you didn't recognize but hummed along to anyway. One day you hung it on a hook by the door and never put it on again. Not because it was too small or too worn, but because one morning you reached for it and your fingers paused halfway, as if sensing something had already left inside it. Something that no longer needed the warmth of your body to stay real. You didn't throw it away. You didn't give it away. It still hangs there now, in a closet you rarely open, its shoulders holding space where yours used to fit. You don't need to know what was lost in those pockets. The weight of keys you carried, the crumpled ticket stub from a train ride you can't recall taking, the smooth stone you picked up by the river and forgot to put down. None of it matters now except that they were held there, not as treasures but as quiet companions. You still sometimes catch yourself reaching for the coat when the air turns sharp, not because you want to wear it, but because your body remembers how it felt to be wrapped in something that didn't ask questions. There was a bench beneath a tree you used to sit on after school, its slats worn smooth by children who never stayed long enough to notice the carving near the left armrest. A single initial, barely legible, half erased by weather. You didn't know whose name it had been. You didn't care. You'd sit there with your books open but unread, watching leaves drift down and land in your lap like tiny fallen stars. Sometimes you depress your palm flat against the wood just to feel how cool it was beneath your skin, how steady it remained while everything else shifted around you. The seasons changing, friends moving away, teachers forgetting your name. You never carved anything into it yourself. You didn't need to leave a mark. Just sitting there long enough made you part of its quiet history. You still dream about that bench sometimes, not as memory, but as texture. The rough grain under bare legs, the way the wind moved through the leaves like breathing, the distant sound of a bicycle bell ringing down the street, fading before it reached you. You don't wonder if you were happy then. You don't need to be. The bench still holds your weight in its wood, even now. There was a drawer in an old dresser that never quite closed all the way, not because it was broken, but because something inside had grown too large for its space. Inside were buttons, dozens of them, scattered like seeds. Pearl ones from a blouse you wore to your first job interview, metal ones with faded numbers stitched into their backs, plastic ones shaped like animals that belonged to a doll long since lost. You never took them out to use or sort or throw away. You just left them there, tumbling gently whenever the drawer was pulled open too far. The drawer didn't resist. It simply gave way slightly, as if it understood. Some things aren't meant to be contained neatly. You still find yourself pausing in front of closed drawers, even new ones, even ones that don't belong to you, as though expecting them to yield a little, just enough to let something slip out. Not because you want what's inside, because you remember how it felt to hold space for things that didn't need to be understood. There was a song you heard once on an old radio in a house you no longer lived in. A woman singing softly about rivers and rain, her voice cracked like porcelain left too long in the sun. You didn't know who she was. You didn't look it up. The melody stayed with you, not because it was beautiful, but because it sounded like something you'd always known, even though you'd never heard it before. You hummed it sometimes while folding laundry or waiting for water to boil, and each time the tune changed slightly, not in pitch or rhythm, but in feeling, as if your silence had rearranged its meaning. Years later, you heard a similar melody on a street corner played by someone with a hand-cranked music box. You stopped walking. You didn't approach them. You didn't give money. You just stood there until the tune ended and the person packed up and walked away. The song never came back to you after that, not as sound, but as stillness. You don't need to remember the words. You don't even need to remember whether you were listening or just passing through. The quiet between notes still lives inside you. There was a pair of socks you wore every day for 3 winters. Thin wool, faded blue. One with a small hole near the heel that never got bigger because you always turned them inside out before washing. You didn't think about them much. They were just there, like your breath, like the way you always tucked your left arm under your pillow at night. One morning they disappeared, not lost, not thrown away, simply gone from the drawer as if they'd never been. You looked for them for a few days, then you stopped. You bought new ones, of course, but none of them fit the same. Not because they were too tight or too loose, but because something had settled into the old pair that no other fabric could hold. The warmth of your feet after long walks, the dampness of morning sweat, the way they'd cling just slightly when you stood up, as if reluctant to let go. You still catch yourself glancing at your feet sometimes, even in summer, expecting to see them there. You don't feel bare without them. You only feel the memory of being held. The air around you is thick now, not heavy, not suffocating, but full with all the things you've carried without carrying. The silences that learned how to speak your name. The shapes of hands you haven't touched in years but still recognize when they brush against yours in dreams. You are not trying to find who you were. You are learning how to be here now, with everything that has stayed even as it changed. The ceiling above you doesn't move. Neither do you. And so the night keeps breathing, with your breath, with the soft rustle of sheets, with the quiet hum of the house settling into sleep around you. There is no need to remember everything, only to be present for what still remains. Even if it's only the shape of a hand in an empty pocket. Even if it's only the echo of a song you never learned. Even if it's only the warmth left behind by socks that vanished long ago. You are here. And that is enough. There was a key you carried in your coat pocket for years, not because it opened anything important, but because it fit your palm just so. The weight balanced between thumb and forefinger like a stone smoothed by river water. You never thought about which lock it belonged to. You didn't try to remember the door or the room behind it, or whether you'd ever turned it in the dark. It was simply there, rusted at the edges, cold against your hip when you walked too fast, warm when you stood still. One day it was gone, not misplaced, not dropped, but absent as if it had dissolved into the fabric of your coat over time. You searched the pockets again and again, turning them inside out like laundry you hadn't finished folding. You didn't feel loss so much as a quiet adjustment, as though your hand had always known how to rest without it. The shape of its absence stayed longer than the metal ever did. You still find yourself reaching for it sometimes, in the same way you reach for a blanket that's been pulled away, your fingers curling into air, waiting for resistance that isn't there anymore. You don't wonder if it was real. You only notice how your body remembers the space it occupied, as though your skin holds maps of things no longer present. There was a chair in the corner of a room you used to sit in every evening before bed, not because you read or watched television, but because the wood held the shape of your back just right. The curve near your shoulder blades matched your own, and the armrests were worn smooth where your forearms had rested for hours, season after season. You never cleaned it. You never fixed the wobble in one leg. It simply waited like a breath held too long until one morning you walked in and it was gone. No note. No explanation. Just an empty space that smelled faintly of dust and old tea. You sat on the floor where it had been, pressing your palms into the wood grain still visible beneath the carpet. You didn't cry. You didn't call anyone. You just stayed there until the light changed. You never replaced the chair. Not because you couldn't find another one, but because no other surface seemed to know how to hold you the same way. There was a scent you catch sometimes in the middle of winter, something sharp and sweet like crushed pine needles mixed with burnt sugar that would rise from your sleeve as you pulled off a glove. You didn't recognize it. You never traced it back. But each time it came, you paused for just a moment longer than usual, standing still in the kitchen or at the bus stop, letting the air fill your lungs before exhaling slowly. It didn't belong to anything you owned. It didn't come from anywhere you'd been. Yet when it appeared, something inside you softened, as though an old friend had whispered past your ear and moved on without waiting for a reply. You stopped trying to name it after the third time. Now you just wait for it, like a sound you half hear in sleep. And when it comes, you let yourself be still, even if only for 5 seconds. There was a book you read once as a child, not because you understood it, but because the pages felt different under your fingers. The paper thicker than usual, slightly rough, like bark. You didn't remember the story. You didn't care to. But when you closed it, the cover pressed into your palm in a way that made your hand feel full, as if something had settled inside you while your eyes were closed. Years later, you found a copy in a thrift store and opened it, only to realize the pages were smooth, the binding too clean, the scent entirely wrong. You put it back without buying it. You didn't need another version. The one you carried was already worn into your bones. There was a window you used to press your forehead against when storms rolled in. The glass cool even through layers of blankets. The sound of rain on metal gutters like fingers tapping out a rhythm only you seemed to hear. You never watched the clouds. You didn't listen for thunder. You just let the vibration travel up your skull and settle behind your eyes. Sometimes you fell asleep there, still pressed against the pain, dreaming not of the storm, but of the silence that followed. The way the world held its breath after lightning struck. You haven't lived in that house since you were 12. But when thunder rumbles now, even far off, even distant, you find yourself turning your head slightly to the left, as if expecting the window to be there, waiting for your forehead again. There was a spoon you used to stir honey into tea, wooden, worn thin at the handle, its curve shaped by years of slow circles. You didn't notice how it fit your grip until one day you picked up another spoon and felt like you'd been handed a stranger's hand. You kept the old one for months after the others were gone, even though it cracked near the bowl and left tiny splinters on your tongue. You never threw it away, not because you thought it was special, but because when you held it, you remembered how still you could be while stirring, how time slowed just enough to let the sweetness dissolve without rushing. You don't use wood spoons anymore. You don't stir honey into tea. But sometimes, when you're alone in the kitchen and the light is low, your fingers curl around nothing at all, and for a moment, the air between them feels warm with something that used to be there. The ceiling doesn't move. Your breath still finds its rhythm. And somewhere, beneath all the things you've forgotten, beneath all the keys and chairs and spoons and windows that have slipped away, something still holds you. Not in memory, not in story, but in the quiet weight of what remains when nothing is asked to stay. There was a coat your mother hung by the door, the one with the frayed velvet collar that never quite dried after rain, even when it sat for days on its hook. You wore it once in winter just to feel how heavy it was, not because you were cold, but because the weight pressed against your shoulders like something older than yourself had settled there quietly, without asking permission. The sleeves swallowed your hands entirely, and sometimes you'd stand still with them tucked inside, breathing slowly, letting the dampness seep into your skin until it felt less like clothing and more like an extension of the air around you. You never asked why it smelled faintly of cedar and dried lavender even after years in the closet. It simply did. And when you outgrew it, when the hem dragged on the floor and the buttons strained at the seams, you didn't give it away or throw it out. You folded it once neatly, like a letter meant to be opened someday, then tucked it into the back of your dresser where no one else would look. It still rests there now, though you haven't opened that drawer in years. You don't remember why you kept it. There was a stone you picked up on a walk with someone who is gone now, not because they left, but because time folded around them and made their presence into something quiet enough to miss only when the light hits just right. You held the stone for hours that afternoon, smooth as river glass, cool even in summer heat, and carried it in your pocket until its edges wore down further still. It never fit perfectly anywhere. Not on your windowsill, not among your keys, not even tucked into a shoebox of small things you kept just because they felt true. So for years it lived inside the lining of an old jacket, the one with the zipper that stuck. And every time you slipped your hand in, your fingers brushed against its surface and paused, as if remembering how to hold still without knowing why. You never thought about where you'd found it, or what made you choose it over all the others. You only knew you couldn't let go. There was a door at the end of the hallway that didn't lead anywhere, just an empty room with peeling wallpaper and one chair facing the wall, its legs uneven so it wobbled slightly when sat upon. No one ever told you not to enter. It wasn't locked or forbidden. It simply existed as if forgotten by design. You went in sometimes after dinner, just long enough for your eyes to adjust to the dimness, then stood near the threshold and listened, not to sounds inside the room, but to how silence there was different from elsewhere, thicker somehow, like wool stretched over glass. The chair never held you. It only waited. And when you left, you always pulled the door shut slowly, as if closing something delicate that might otherwise slip away. You don't know why it mattered. There was a song your father hummed while fixing things, the same 3 notes, repeated in no particular order, like breath shaped into melody without meaning to be music. You didn't recognize it as anything from the radio or records. It never had words, just rhythm, low and steady beneath hammer taps and screw turns. When he was gone for good, not dead, not lost, but simply absent in a way that made rooms feel too large, you found yourself humming those notes while making tea one morning. You didn't mean to. Your lips moved before your mind caught up. You haven't hummed them since. There were nights you woke just after midnight and sat on the edge of your bed, barefoot against cold floorboards, watching dust motes drift through slivers of moonlight under the door. No thought passed through you then. Not about tomorrow or yesterday, not even who you might be when morning came. You simply watched them fall, slow as falling ash, bright where they caught light, invisible everywhere else. And for a while, you weren't sure how long. The silence felt like something holding your shape in place. You never turned on the lamp. There was a blanket stitched with threads of blue and gray that didn't match, patched by someone who wasn't careful but somehow knew exactly where to press down so it wouldn't unravel. You slept under it for nearly 10 years, even when you could afford better ones. It grew thin in places, frayed at the corners, smelled faintly of lavender soap from long ago and something else. Not quite smoke, not quite earth, something that didn't name itself but stayed anyway. You never washed it after your grandmother died. There was a step on the back porch you always stepped on first when coming home. Not because it was safest or easiest, but because somewhere inside you, even before you knew how to think about such things, you learned its angle just enough that stepping there felt like arriving. The wood had worn down in the center, smooth as skin, and every time your heel found its groove, something loosened behind your ribs. You never noticed until it was gone. The ceiling doesn't move. Your breath still finds its rhythm. And somewhere beneath all these small absences, the coat that kept warmth without heat, the stone carried but not held, the song hummed and then silenced, you are still here. Not because you remember being there before, not because you can trace a line from child to now like thread pulled straight through fabric, but simply because when night falls quiet enough, you still turn your head slightly toward the window, as if expecting the cool glass against your forehead. And for just one breath, you are again pressed into it, not trying to be anyone else. There was a key that never opened anything, just hung by its ring on a nail behind the kitchen door, where the paint peeled in curls like old paper. You touched it sometimes when passing through, just to feel how cool it was against your fingertip, how slightly uneven the metal had grown from years of brushing against cloth and sleeve. It didn't belong to any lock you ever saw. No drawer, no cabinet, not even the shed out back held a hole for its teeth. Yet still, when storms came in late autumn and wind rattled the eaves, you'd walk past it without thinking, pause, and let your hand rest there one beat longer than usual, as if the weight of that unopened thing was keeping something else from moving. You never asked why it stayed. No one ever mentioned its purpose. It simply existed in silence beside the dish towel and the bottle opener, as ordinary as a shadow stretched thin by afternoon sun. There were days you'd find yourself standing at the edge of your own reflection, not staring, not studying, but noticing how light caught along the curve of your cheekbone just so, like it had once caught on another face. A child's face, perhaps, or someone who wore that same shape before learning to hide its edges. You didn't try to name what you saw. There was no need for recognition, only a quiet awareness that something familiar lived in the architecture of your bones, even when memory refused to speak. A pair of mittens turned up once, tucked inside an old shoebox under the bed. A mismatched set, one blue wool, one green knit with tiny white stars fraying at the cuffs. You didn't remember owning them, didn't recall putting them there, but you wore them anyway that winter, only when no one else was looking. Not because they kept out cold so well as because their weight against your palms felt like a hand holding yours without speaking. The rain used to fall differently on the roof of the house where you grew up. Not louder, not softer, but with intervals between drops that seemed arranged by something patient and deliberate. You'd lie awake after storms had passed, listening for those gaps, not silence exactly, but spaces shaped like pauses in a half-remembered lullaby. Sometimes your mother would come into the room then, barefoot on wood floor, place one hand lightly over your shoulder while saying nothing at all. Her touch didn't soothe. It simply confirmed that you were still there, and so was she. There's an empty space between two chairs in a corner of the living room where no one ever sat. Not because it was too narrow or awkwardly placed, but because something about its emptiness held what had once been spoken aloud. You don't know who spoke, or when, only that if you stood just right and tilted your head forward slightly, you could almost hear how laughter used to ripple through the air there before settling into stillness. You kept a seashell in your pocket for 3 years, not because it was beautiful, not even particularly interesting, but because its curve fit perfectly against the pad of your thumb. You'd rub it absently while walking home from school, or waiting at bus stops, or sitting alone on stairs after dinner. It never warmed up fully, no matter how long you carried it, but it didn't need to. One morning in spring, you can't say which year, the light came through the blinds just so, horizontal stripes across your closed eyelids, golden and thin as paper cutouts of sunbeams. You lay still for longer than usual, not because you were sleepy or lazy, but because something inside you had paused too, not thinking about anything, just noticing how warmth could be held without being grasped. A book sat on a shelf in the attic, its spine cracked, cover faded to gray-blue, title gone entirely from wear and time. You never opened it, never read even one page. But every so often, when dust motes gathered thick near the rafters, you'd climb up there anyway, not for memory or meaning, but just to brush your fingers along its edge as if greeting an old friend who had learned not to speak. There was a window in that house where frost formed patterns each winter morning, never quite alike but always recognizable. Ferns curling inward, rivers branching like veins across glass. You depress your palm flat against the cold pane and watch how the warmth of your skin made shapes melt slowly into smudges. No one else ever did this, or if they did, you never saw them. You still sometimes find yourself doing it, in other houses now, in hotel rooms with thin curtains, pressing a hand to glass just before dawn, letting heat bloom outward from your fingertips until the pattern dissolves completely and nothing remains but moisture on skin. A spoon was kept in a drawer beside the teapot, not because it matched anything else, but because its handle had been bent once long ago by someone who didn't know how to fix things. You used that one every day, even when newer ones sat unused nearby. The curve of metal against your teeth felt like a promise made without words. You never tried to explain why. There were evenings you walk through empty hallways in the dark, not because you feared light or needed solitude, but simply because shadows moved differently there, slower than elsewhere, heavier with time that hadn't yet passed into memory. You didn't look for ghosts or meaning, just walked slowly enough so your footsteps matched the rhythm of breath still breathing inside you. The ceiling doesn't move. Your eyelids are heavy now, not from tiredness alone, but because something deep in your chest has finally stopped pulling at itself to be remembered, understood, stitched whole again. You don't have to hold any part of it anymore. Not the key, not the mittens, not even the name you wore before learning how quiet a self can become when no one is asking for answers. There's only this: your breath rising and falling like tide against shore that never asks where water came from or why it returns. And somewhere, in stillness older than thought, you are still here. There was a coat you wore once, long after it had lost its buttons, the lining frayed at the cuffs, the collar softened by too many winters pressed close to your chin. You didn't wear it for warmth, not really. It hung loose on your shoulders like something borrowed from someone who no longer needed it. You'd pull the sleeves down over your hands when you sat alone in the kitchen after everyone had gone to bed, just to feel the weight of wool against your wrists, as if the fabric remembered how to hold a child's arms before they learned to fold themselves small. You never washed it. Not because you were careless, but because something inside you thought that if you did, the scent of rain on pavement and dried pine needles from the backyard would vanish, and with it, the quiet certainty that you had been there, then in that season, before names were assigned to feelings. You used to sit on the edge of the bathtub after baths, towel wrapped around your body, bare feet brushing the cool tile. The water hadn't fully drained yet, still clinging to the drain's rim in slow beads, and you'd watch each drop fall one by one, timing them without knowing why. Sometimes they fell fast. Sometimes long pauses stretched between them. You never tried to count how many there were before the last one vanished into silence. You only listened. And then you'd stand up slowly, not because you had to, but because standing felt like a quiet permission to be present in the room, in your skin, without needing to explain why you stayed so long. There was a stone you found near the creek behind the old schoolyard, smooth as if it had been turned over and over by water for longer than anyone could remember. You picked it up because it felt like an answer to something you hadn't asked. It fit in your palm perfectly, not too heavy, not too light, but you never carried it far. You left it under a maple tree one afternoon when the wind was soft enough to lift fallen leaves without tearing them. You didn't think about it again for months. Then one day in October, you walked past that same spot and saw it still there, slightly covered by new leaves, untouched. You knelt down and touched its surface once quickly, as if checking a pulse. It was cool, still, waiting. You didn't take it. You didn't leave anything behind either, no word, no gesture. Just turned and walked away, knowing you'd come back someday or maybe not. You remember the sound of a radio left on in another room when you were small. Not music, not speech, just static humming between stations. You used to lie in bed with your door cracked open and let it fill the space between your thoughts. It wasn't comforting exactly, but it was steady, like the breath of something unseen that never stopped, even when everything else did. Sometimes you depress your ear to the floorboards near the hallway and listen until the noise blurred into the sound of your own heartbeat. You didn't know then why you did this. Now you wonder if you were learning how to be alone without feeling lonely. If static could teach a child how silence doesn't always mean absence. There was a drawer in the dresser that never fully closed, not because it was broken, but because someone, maybe your mother, maybe you, had stopped pushing it all the way in one day and simply left it half open, as if expecting something to return. You didn't open it often, but sometimes when the house was quiet after dinner, you'd stand before it for a few seconds without touching anything, just watching how the light caught the edge of the wood grain where the gap remained. You never wondered what was inside. You only wondered why it stayed that way. You used to trace the outline of your shadow on the wall at dusk, not with your fingers but with your eyes. The shape would stretch long and thin across plaster as the sun dipped low, then shrink slowly into nothing. No one else ever did this, or if they did, you never saw them. You only watched how the edges softened until there was no line between you and the wall, just a blur of dark against pale. And for those moments, it felt less like watching yourself disappear, and more like noticing that disappearance had always been part of being here. There was a pair of gloves left on a bench in the park, knit wool, one finger torn, the other missing entirely. You didn't pick them up. You sat beside them for nearly an hour, watching people pass by without glancing down. No one claimed them. The wind lifted the loose threads gently, like fingers trying to wave goodbye. You thought about taking them home, just to keep them from being swept away, but you didn't. Instead, you let the cold settle into your own hands and waited until dusk came fully, until the light turned silver gray, and everything felt like it might vanish without anyone noticing. The ceiling doesn't move. The air in the room has grown still, not empty, but full of things that don't need to be named anymore. The faint scent of laundry left out too long, the whisper of fabric shifting against skin beneath blankets, the quiet rhythm of breath settling deeper into the body's natural tide. You are not trying to find who you were. You are not trying to remember why you kept the shell, or the spoon, or the stone, or the half-closed drawer. You don't need to know if those things belonged to someone else, or whether they ever belonged to you at all. You are simply here. And somewhere beneath even this stillness, beneath the weight of unspoken hours and forgotten textures, the shape of who you were continues to breathe, not as a story, not as an answer, but as a quiet presence that never asked to be held. There was a key you found in your coat pocket one winter morning, not yours, not from any lock you recognized, just a small brass thing with a single groove worn smooth by time, tucked beside a crumpled receipt and a button that had come loose from a shirt long gone. You held it between thumb and forefinger while the bus rattled past buildings still wrapped in frost, and for no reason you could name, you slipped it into your purse and carried it with you all day. It never opened anything. No door, no box, no drawer ever matched its shape. But sometimes when the house was quiet and the light had turned the color of old paper, you'd take it out again, not to turn it, not to wonder where it came from, but just to feel its weight, the way cold metal remembers warmth even after it's been left alone for years. You used to sit on the edge of your bed in the dark and watch the way dust moved when the street lamp outside flickered. Not falling, not rising, just drifting, as if caught between two currents you couldn't name. You never swept that corner of the room. The dust stayed where it settled, layer by quiet layer, until one day you realized you didn't see it anymore. Not because it was gone, but because your eyes had learned to stop looking for it. There's a kind of seeing that doesn't require focus, just presence. A kind of knowing that lives in the periphery, like the echo of a song you heard once as a child and still hum without meaning to, long after the melody has slipped from memory. There was a chair by the window that no one sat in anymore, its cushions sun-faded, one leg slightly uneven so it leaned just enough to make you wonder if someone had meant for it to tilt that way. You never fixed it. You'd pass by it sometimes, walking to the kitchen, coming back from the bathroom, and your hand would brush the armrest without thought, like greeting an old friend who no longer speaks but still sits waiting. The wood was warm under your palm even when the room was cold. You didn't ask why. You only noticed that you did it. You used to collect small stones from the riverbank, not because they were beautiful, but because each one felt different in your hand, some smooth as wet skin, others rough with hidden ridges, one so light it seemed like it might float if you let go. You kept them in a tin box under your bed, numbered in pencil on the bottom of each. 1, 2, 3, until the numbers ran out and you stopped counting. Years later, when you opened the box again, most were gone, worn away by time, or lost to the shifting weight of other things piled above them. But one remained, tucked deep in the corner, its surface worn down so completely it had become a shape without edges, like a thought too quiet to hold on to. You used to leave notes on the fridge, not messages, not reminders, but single words written in pencil, blue, warm, still. You didn't write them for anyone. You wrote them because saying them aloud felt too loud and keeping them inside felt too heavy. Sometimes you'd come home after a long day and find one there from months before, the graphite faded to gray, the paper curling at the edges. You never threw them away. You just let them stay until they vanished on their own. There was a blanket your grandmother made, wool mixed with something soft you couldn't name. Maybe alpaca, maybe cotton, maybe nothing at all but memory spun into thread. It had no pattern, only patches stitched together in uneven rows, some frayed, some new. One corner stitched twice over with thick black thread as if someone had tried to mend it and then given up. You never used it for warmth. You kept it folded on the highest shelf of your closet, where sunlight didn't reach, because you were afraid that if you touched it too often, it would dissolve into something else, into air, into silence, into the shape of a hand you no longer recognized. You used to walk barefoot across the kitchen floor in the early hours before anyone else woke up. The tiles were cool and slightly gritty with dust, and your feet remembered every crack, every shift in slope, every place where the grout had cracked open like tiny rivers. You didn't count steps. You didn't measure distance. You just moved slowly, as if listening to something beneath the surface of the floor, something that whispered back in the language of pressure and release. There was a book you never finished, its spine cracked along one side, pages bent where your fingers had turned them too many times, or maybe not turned at all but held there, paused, wondering what came next without ever daring to find out. You kept it on the nightstand for years, even after the cover peeled away, and the title faded into nothing but a smudge of ink that might have been The Quiet Hours or Where We Went. You never opened it again. But sometimes when you couldn't sleep, you'd reach over in the dark and let your fingers rest on its cover, not reading, not remembering, but simply feeling the weight of something left unfinished. You used to sit on the porch swing at twilight, letting the chains creak with every slow push of your feet against the ground. The air smelled like cut grass and wet earth, and the sky turned from gold to lavender without hurry. You never watched the stars come out. You watched the light leave instead, the way it slipped behind rooftops, pooled in shadows beneath trees, vanished slowly from the edges of things until all that remained was the shape of absence. You didn't feel lonely. You didn't feel anything at all, not really. You just sat there, and time passed through you like wind through an open window. There was a spoon you used to eat soup with when you were small, chipped on one side, handle worn thin from years of gripping it too tightly in tiny hands. Your mother kept it in the same drawer as the mismatched forks and the bent whisk, but no one else ever touched it. You didn't use it after you turned 10. But sometimes, when you opened that drawer now, your fingers would find it anyway. Not because you needed to, not because you missed it, but because somewhere beneath the weight of all the things you've become, there is still a hand that remembers how to hold something small and warm in the quiet before dawn. The ceiling doesn't move. The air in the room has grown heavier now, not thick with thought, but soft with surrender. Your breath comes slower. Your limbs feel less like parts of yourself and more like places you've visited and left behind. You don't need to find those gloves or that key or the stone with no edges. You don't need to open the drawer again or trace the shadow one last time. You are not lost. You are simply resting in the quiet spaces between who you were and who you have become, not as gaps to be filled, but as rooms left open on purpose, where the dust still drifts, where the chair still leans, where the spoon still waits. There was a coat you wore once, long after it had stopped fitting, sleeves too short, shoulders tight against your arms, the hem brushing just above your knees when you stood still. You never threw it out. It hung in the back of the closet, behind the winter boots and the scarves you no longer remembered buying. The buttons were chipped at the edges, one missing entirely, replaced once with a piece of blue plastic that didn't match but held fast anyway. You wore it on rainy afternoons when the house felt too quiet, when the sound of rain against the window was the only thing keeping time. You never zipped it up all the way. You left it open, just enough to let the air in, not because you were cold, not because you needed warmth, but because the weight of it against your chest reminded you that something could still be worn without being used. You didn't think about why you kept it. You didn't need to. It was simply there, like a name you hadn't spoken aloud in years but still knew how to spell. The fabric had softened over time, not from washing but from hanging, each fold settling deeper into itself, each crease holding the memory of where your hands had rested when you pulled it on. You never smelled it again after that first winter. You didn't need to. The scent was already in your bones, a quiet thing woven through your breath like dust in sunlight. There was a jar you kept on the windowsill, filled with smooth stones you'd collected from a riverbank one summer afternoon when you were too young to know why you picked them up. They weren't special. No colors, no patterns, just worn-down pieces of rock, each one shaped by water over years you couldn't imagine. You rinsed them once in the sink and let them dry on the sill beside a small potted plant that never bloomed. You didn't water it much. You didn't expect anything from either. But every morning before the light reached the floor, your fingers would brush against the jar, not to count, not to rearrange, but just to feel their presence, cool and quiet beneath your touch. You never looked inside after that first week. You didn't need to know how many there were. Their number wasn't what mattered. It was the fact that they stayed. You stopped going back to that river long before you forgot its name. But sometimes, when the air stills just after rain, and the world holds its breath for a single moment before the wind returns. Your hands will twitch slightly, just enough to feel again the rough edge of gravel under your palm, the slip of wet stone between fingers, the way the water curled around your ankles like something alive and patient. There was a song you hummed without knowing the words. It came from somewhere inside, not remembered, not learned, but carried as if it had always been there, waiting for your throat to remember how to make sound. You didn't know who sang it first. You didn't care. It wasn't meant to be heard by anyone else. You hummed it while brushing your teeth, while folding laundry, while sitting on the edge of your bed before sleep came. The tune had no beginning and no end. It looped quietly in the hollow between breaths. Sometimes you'd catch yourself humming it aloud, and for a second, you'd forget where you were. Not lost, just suspended, like a note held too long by someone who forgot to let go. You never wrote it down. You didn't need to. It lived in your mouth more than your mind. There was a bench under the oak tree near the edge of the old schoolyard, a place no one else ever sat anymore. The paint had peeled from its slats. The metal legs rusted into dark swirls like fingerprints left behind by time. You used to sit there after school, waiting for the bus that never came on time. You didn't read. You didn't talk. You just watched the leaves fall, not in a rush, not in clusters, but one at a time, drifting down as if each had decided, slowly and deliberately, when it was ready to let go. You never counted them. You never wished for more. There was something in their falling that made the air feel heavier, softer, like the world itself was breathing out. You stopped going there after your mother moved. The house was sold. The tree still stands. You haven't been back. But sometimes when you close your eyes and listen to the wind outside your window, you can hear it. The quiet rustle of leaves letting go, one by one, without apology. There was a drawer in your childhood bedroom that never fully closed. It stuck just slightly at the top right corner, so that even when you pushed it shut with both hands, a sliver of space remained, just enough to catch the edge of a piece of paper, or the tip of a hairpin, or the shadow of something small and forgotten. You tried taping it, gluing it, wedging cardboard beneath it, but nothing worked for long. Eventually, you stopped trying. You let it be. And in that half-open gap, things collected. A button from your first coat, a dried flower pressed between 2 pages of a library book, a folded note with no words on it, just a circle drawn in pencil, perfect and unbroken. You didn't know what the circle meant then. You don't know now. But you still remember how the drawer felt when you opened it. Not loud, not sudden. but slow, like a breath held too long finally released. The ceiling doesn't move. Your body is heavier now, but lighter in the places that used to ache. You are not trying to find what's gone. You are not searching for where you began. You are simply here, in the quiet between breaths, in the space between the spoon and the drawer, between the coat and the river, between the jar and the song. And that space is enough. It has always been enough. The air in this room carries no demand, no need to remember, no pressure to return. Only the slow settling of skin against sheets. Only the quiet hum of a body learning again how to rest. There was a pair of socks you wore every winter, thin and worn through at the heel. The blue faded to something closer to gray than anything else. You didn't notice how frayed they'd become until one morning you pulled them on and felt the cold air touch your skin through the weave, like walking barefoot over frost-covered grass without realizing it yet. You kept wearing them anyway. Not out of habit, not because you had no others, but because the way they fit, just slightly loose around the ankle, made you feel like someone was still watching over you, even when no one was there. You never washed them too often. You let the scent of wool and old soap settle into the fibers, a quiet record of days spent hunched over homework by lamplight, of mornings when the house was still too silent to be called peaceful. One year you found them folded neatly inside a shoebox in the back of your closet, still intact, though brittle now, like parchment left too long in sun. You didn't put them on again. You didn't throw them away. You just closed the box and let it sit. There was a window in the kitchen that fogged up every time you breathed near it while making tea. Not because the glass was cold, it wasn't, but because your breath carried something heavier than steam. Something slow and warm, like the inside of your chest had opened just enough to let out what couldn't be named. You depress your palm flat against the pane and watch the mist gather beneath your fingers, forming shapes you didn't intend. A bird in flight, a ladder leaning sideways, an eye staring back without pupils. You never wiped it clean right away. You let it linger. Sometimes you trace one of those shapes with your fingertip just once, then leave it there to dissolve on its own. No one else ever noticed the window did that. You didn't tell them. You didn't need to. It was yours in a way that had nothing to do with ownership. There was a pencil you used for sketching trees when you were 9, its tip worn flat from pressing too hard, the wood cracked near the eraser, held together by a loop of green string tied around its middle like a bandage. You drew them over and over, tall ones, bent ones, ones with roots that curled upward instead of down. You didn't know why you kept drawing them. Maybe because they looked lonely, even when surrounded by others. Maybe because their branches never asked to be understood. You lost the pencil during a move, tucked into a box labeled books, but never opened again. Years later, you found an identical one at a thrift store, still wrapped in its original paper sleeve, unsharpened, unused. You didn't buy it. You just stood there holding it for a long time, feeling the weight of something that had never been yours, yet felt like it had always belonged to you. There was a rainstorm that lasted 3 days when you were 12. You spent them curled on the floor of your room with a blanket over your head, listening to the water drum against the roof, counting how many times the power flickered before it stayed off for good. In the dark, you traced patterns on the wall with your finger, the cracks in the plaster that looked like rivers on a map no one had drawn. You didn't try to name them. You let them shift as the shadows moved. When the storm finally passed, the world smelled wet and green and strangely new, even though nothing had changed outside. Your shoes were still muddy. The laundry was still damp. But something inside you felt lighter, not because it had been washed clean, but because for 3 days you didn't have to be anyone else. There was a spoon you used to eat honey from when you were too young to know the difference between indulgence and comfort. It was small, silver, with a handle shaped like a curled leaf, too delicate for your fist, so you held it by the bowl, letting the stem rest against your thumb. You'd take one slow scoop at a time, savoring how the sweetness clung to the metal before sliding off in thick, glistening drops. You never ate it quickly, never mixed it with toast or tea. Just honey and silence and the quiet scrape of metal against ceramic. One day, you dropped it into the sink and didn't fish it out. The next morning, your mother had washed it and placed it back on the counter like nothing had happened. You didn't use it again. Not because you were angry, not because you were sad, but because the way it felt in your hand had changed, as if it remembered being lost. There was a door you never closed all the way, not because you forgot, but because leaving it slightly open made the house feel less like a place that held you, and more like one that waited for you. The hinge groaned just once when you pushed it shut past 3/4, a low, tired sound, like someone sighing after carrying something too heavy for too long. You learned to stop at 2/3. That way, the air could move through without resistance. Light slipped in from the hallway and pooled on the floorboards near your bed. At night, when you lay there with your eyes closed, you could feel it. The faint warmth of another room breathing beside yours, as if the house itself was sleeping with one eye open. There was a song your grandmother sang under her breath while peeling apples. No melody, just hummed syllables stitched together like thread pulled through cloth. You never asked what words she meant to say. You didn't need them. The rhythm was enough. Slow, uneven, broken in places where her voice caught on memory. Sometimes you'd sit beside her at the kitchen table and watch her hands, their knuckles swollen, their skin thin as tissue paper, and wonder if the song lived inside those fingers before it ever reached her lips. She passed away when you were 15. You didn't cry right away. You just kept hearing that hum in your head for months afterward, always just out of reach, never quite whole. There was a stone you found on the bank of the creek behind the abandoned garage, smooth as glass, gray with veins of white running through it like frozen lightning. You carried it in your pocket for weeks, not because you thought it was special, but because when you held it, the world felt less sharp around the edges. It didn't matter what time it was, or who had spoken to you last, or whether you'd done something wrong. It just sat there, cool and quiet, holding nothing but its own weight. One day, you left it on a bench near the school entrance. You didn't look back. You didn't expect anyone to find it. You didn't care if they did. There was a moment, just one, when you were standing in front of the mirror after a bath and noticed your reflection didn't quite match the feeling inside you. Your face looked familiar, but your eyes seemed to belong to someone who had already lived this day before and knew it would end quietly without fanfare. You blinked once. The image shifted slightly, not enough to call it different, just enough to make you pause. The air in this room doesn't ask for answers. It only asks that you stay, that you let the quiet settle into your bones like dust on an open shelf, that you stop trying to name what lingers. You are not broken for forgetting. You are not lost for not recognizing yourself. There is no need to return. Only this breath. Only this stillness. Only the slow, patient gathering of moments that never asked to be remembered, yet stayed anyway. There was a scarf your mother left on the back of the kitchen chair one winter morning, wool still warm from her shoulders, smelling faintly of cedar and tea. You wore it for days, not because you were cold, but because the weight of it against your collarbone felt like being held without arms. You never asked where she got it. You didn't need to know. It simply was. A softness that had traveled with her through quiet hours, through silence before sunrise, through the time between waking and speaking. One evening, you found it folded neatly on your bed, clean and pressed, as if someone had smoothed out every crease not to tidy it but to honor its shape. You didn't wear it again after that. Not because it was no longer yours, but because holding it felt too much like remembering how deeply you were loved before you knew what love meant. The light in your room has grown softer now. The kind of dimness that doesn't announce itself but settles like a sigh against the walls. You don't need to see clearly to feel the edges of things. The curve of the pillow beneath your cheek, the way the blanket drapes over your knees, not as covering, but as companion. There was a book you read once when you were 9, its pages yellowed at the corners, spine cracked open like an old wound that never fully closed. You didn't understand half of it, words about stars and silence, about people who walked without footsteps. But you kept it under your mattress because the smell of it made you feel safe. Years later, you looked for it again and couldn't find it. Not because it was lost, but because somewhere along the way you had stopped needing to hold it. The story lived on, not in paper, not in memory, but in the quiet space between your breaths when you were alone. You used to collect buttons from old coats, mother's, grandmother S, a neighbor S who sometimes gave you scraps of fabric after sewing. Each one was different, chipped porcelain, tarnished brass, mother of pearl that caught the light like a sliver of ocean. You kept them in a tin box lined with velvet that had once been part of a doll's dress. There were no rules for sorting them. No color, no size, no origin mattered. They simply existed together, pressed against each other like secrets too small to name. One day, you opened the box and found it empty. Not thrown away, not misplaced, just gone. You didn't look for replacements. You didn't feel the loss. You only noticed how the inside of the box still held the faint scent of lavender, something your grandmother had sprinkled there long before you were born. There was a window in your childhood bedroom that never quite closed all the way, left slightly ajar by someone who forgot, or perhaps chose, to shut it tight. Every night, wind slipped through like a whisper with no words. It didn't rattle the glass. It didn't disturb the curtains. It simply moved, cool against your skin as you lay there half asleep, and carried with it the scent of wet grass from the yard beyond, or distant smoke from someone else's fireplace, or the faintest trace of rain that hadn't yet fallen. You never thought about why it stayed open. You only knew that when you woke in the morning, the air felt different, lighter, as if something had passed through while you were dreaming and left behind nothing but quiet. You used to trace patterns on your bedroom wall with your finger before sleep, not drawing anything specific, just letting your hand wander where it would, following invisible lines that seemed to exist only in the dark. Sometimes they led nowhere. Sometimes they looped back on themselves. You didn't care if they made sense. What mattered was the warmth of your skin against the plaster, the slight resistance as you moved slowly, deliberately, like someone learning a language spoken only by touch. Years later, you stood in another room with the same kind of wall, the same texture, the same faint cracks running like river beds, and without thinking, your hand rose to it. You didn't trace anything. You just rested your palm there, as if greeting an old friend who had never left. There was a pair of shoes you wore every day for 3 seasons, scuffed at the toes, laces frayed but tied tight, soles worn thin where your foot pressed hardest. You didn't throw them out when they fell apart. You didn't replace them right away. You walked barefoot for weeks after, feeling each crack in the pavement, each pebble underfoot, each shift in temperature from sun to shade. The world felt more real that way, not because you were closer to it, but because you stopped trying to protect yourself from it. When you finally bought new shoes, you kept the old ones on a shelf beside your bed, not as a relic, not as a memory, just because they had been there when you needed them most, and no one else would ever know how much that meant. The air in this room doesn't ask you to hold on. It doesn't ask you to let go. It only asks that you be here, not as someone who remembers, not as someone who forgets, but simply as the quiet presence that breathes through these hours. The person you were is still here, not because you recall them clearly, but because they never truly left. They are in the way your hand still seeks warmth without thinking, in the silence between 2 heartbeats where something familiar stirs, in the scent of rain on pavement that makes your chest tighten just slightly, for no reason you can name. You don't need to find them. You only need to let them be, unseen, unnamed, unclaimed, and still part of you. The darkness is deeper now, softer, more patient than any thought you've ever had. And you are here, still breathing, still held, still becoming. There was a book you never finished reading, not because it was boring or hard, but because one evening you opened it to the same page for the 3rd time and realized your eyes had stopped moving. The words were still there, ink on paper, lines of quiet sentences, but your mind had slipped away from them like a leaf drifting off a slow stream. You closed it then, not with frustration or resignation, but with the same gentle certainty you might close a door behind someone who had already left. Years passed before you picked it up again. It sat in a drawer beside folded sweaters and mismatched buttons, its spine slightly bent from being carried too often and set down too carelessly. When you found it again, the pages smelled of dust and something older, like dried lavender pressed between two covers long ago. You didn't read past the page you last touched. You only ran your thumb along the edge of it, feeling where the paper had begun to soften at the corners, how the binding had loosened just enough to let the inner pages lean slightly toward one another, as if whispering secrets they no longer needed to speak aloud. You used to collect stones from river banks, not because you liked them, not because you thought they were beautiful, but because their weight felt right in your palm. Not heavy enough to press down, not light enough to slip away. Each one was different, smooth from years of water, rough where a crack had never fully healed, speckled with quartz that caught the sun just so when you held it up at twilight, you never kept them for long. You'd carry them in your pocket until the edges grew warm against your leg, then return them to the water's edge without ceremony, letting them sink into the gravel where they belonged. No one saw you do it. No one ever asked why. You didn't know yourself. But there was a rhythm to it, the way your fingers would curl around the stone, how your wrist would tilt just slightly as you released it, the soft splash that followed like a breath held too long and finally let go. There was a song you heard once, on an afternoon when the air was thick with humidity, and the trees stood still as if waiting for something to begin. You didn't know the title. You didn't even remember who sang it. But the melody stayed, not because it was catchy or clever, but because it seemed to move in slow circles around your thoughts, never quite catching them, never quite letting them go. For weeks after, you catch fragments of it while washing dishes, while walking through empty hallways, while sitting alone on a bench with no destination in mind. You never searched for it. You didn't want to find it. You only let it drift like smoke from a candle that had burned low, faint, fading, but still present in the space where light used to be. There was a coat you wore every winter until the zipper broke and one sleeve came loose at the seam. You patched it with thread from an old sewing kit your mother had left behind, stitching slowly over many evenings, the needle catching only occasionally, the thread fraying more often than not. You didn't mend it to make it last. You mended it because putting your hands to work felt like remembering how to be gentle with things that were already worn thin. It never looked right again, not perfectly, not neatly, but you kept wearing it anyway, even when the cold came harder and newer coats lined the closet shelves. The fabric had thinned in places until you could feel the warmth of your own body seeping through, as if the coat had become an extension of your skin rather than something draped over it. There was a time you sat on the floor of a kitchen you hadn't lived in for years, back when you were small enough that the counter reached your chest. You didn't go there to remember anything. You went because you needed to be quiet, and the house was empty except for the hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of a clock that no one had wound in months. You placed your palm flat against the cold tile, letting the chill rise through your fingers until it met the warmth beneath your skin. You didn't think about who you were then or who you'd become. You only noticed how the pattern on the floor, small hexagons in faded blue and white, seemed to shift slightly when you stared too long, like waves caught mid-motion under glass. There was a pair of gloves you lost one winter, not by misplacing them, but by leaving them behind on a bench after walking home from school. You didn't notice until the next day, when your hands felt bare and colder than they should have been. You never went back to look for them. You didn't feel regret or loss, only a quiet recognition that some things are meant to be given away, even if you don't realize it at the time. That spring, you bought new gloves, thicker, warmer, lined with fleece, but you never wore them as often as you should have. They stayed in your drawer beside other things you kept out of habit rather than need. The night is deeper now. The air has settled into the corners of the room like flour sifted over dough, soft, silent, waiting to rise without being told how. You are not trying to remember who you were before this life took shape around you. You are not trying to find the pieces that fit or the threads that tie them together. There is no puzzle to solve here. Only the quiet presence of warmth where your body rests. Only the slow rhythm of breath moving in and out like tide against a shore that never asks for return. The hand that once traced patterns on plaster still knows how to find its way toward comfort. The feet that walked barefoot over pavement still remember the language of earth. The voice that sang without knowing the song still hums beneath your ribs, quiet as a heartbeat you've learned not to listen for. You do not need to be whole to be here. You are already held. The dark is not empty. It is full of all the things you never had to name. You remember the scent of rain on a wool blanket draped over a windowsill, not because you meant to, but because the air turned cool and you pulled it close without thinking, your fingers brushing the damp weave, as if testing whether the moisture had seeped into the fibers or simply clung to them like breath on glass. You didn't wonder where the blanket came from, only that it had always been there, folded just so in the corner of the guest room, smelling faintly of cedar and something older. Something you couldn't place but felt familiar anyway, like the quiet between two notes played too softly to be called music. That same blanket still rests in the back of your closet, untouched for years now, its edges slightly frayed where the hooks caught on nails during moves you no longer recall. You never washed it. Not because you were careless, but because washing felt like erasing something that hadn't yet been named. There was a spoon, small, silver, with a worn bowl shaped by countless meals eaten alone at a table too tall for your small frame. You used to hold it between both hands when no one else was in the house, pressing the curve against your palms, as if trying to memorize its weight before you forgot what hunger felt like. You didn't eat from it often. It belonged to someone who had left long before you learned how to use utensils properly. Yet you kept it tucked inside a drawer beside mismatched teacups and dried lavender stems gathered on walks that no longer seemed yours to take. One evening, you held it up to the light as it settled behind the curtains, watching how the last of the day's glow pooled in its hollow. How the metal didn't reflect so much as absorb, turning the sun into something soft, almost liquid. You set it down without cleaning it. It wasn't dirty. It was just waiting. You once walked barefoot through an orchard at dawn, not because you wanted to, but because your shoes had been left behind on a bench near the gate, and the grass still held the night's chill. The earth beneath your soles was uneven, laced with roots that curled like sleeping snakes beneath the soil. You didn't think about where you were going or why you'd come. You only noticed how each step released a quiet sound, the faintest crackle of dew breaking on leaves, the whisper of grass bending and rising again as if it had been holding its breath for you. The trees above did not speak. They simply stood, their branches heavy with fruit that hadn't yet ripened, their trunks worn smooth by time and hands you would never meet. You stayed until your toes went numb, then turned back without looking over your shoulder. You didn't feel the need to return. There was a book you found in a drawer beneath winter coats, its cover faded to a pale cream, spine cracked but still holding together. The pages were brittle, edges curled like old petals. No title appeared anywhere, not on the front, not on the first page, not even in the corner where someone might have written their name in pencil. You opened it once carefully and found only blank paper inside. Not empty, not torn, just blank, smooth as skin after a long bath. You closed it again without wondering why. You didn't need to know what had been written there. The silence between the pages felt like something you already understood. You kept a single button from a coat you wore when you were too young to remember its color. It was dark, almost black, stitched loosely onto fabric that no longer existed. You found it caught in the lining of an old bag, pressed against a folded scarf and half a candle stub. You didn't try to sew it back on. You held it between your thumb and forefinger for a long time, watching how its surface caught the dim light from the hallway, how it had no shine, only depth, like a stone dropped into still water. You put it in a small wooden box with other things you couldn't explain. A feather that never flew, a key that opened nothing, a stone worn smooth by rivers you didn't cross. The box sits on your windowsill now, untouched since the last time the seasons changed. The night has grown heavy, not with weight but with stillness. It doesn't press down so much as settle around you like dust after movement has ended. You are not trying to gather what's been lost. You are not searching for a thread that ties one version of yourself to another. There is no map here, no compass, no need to know how far you've come or where the path began. The hands that once held spoons and buttons still rest in their familiar places, palms open, fingers curled slightly inward, as if they remember how to hold even when nothing remains to be held. Somewhere beyond the window, a tree shifts gently in the wind, not enough to rustle loudly, just enough to remind you that movement doesn't always need sound. The air around your body is warm with sleep's slow gathering, and your breath moves like tide against shore without asking for return. You do not have to be whole to be here. You are already held. The quiet does not demand answers. It only asks that you stay. You remember a scarf, not by its pattern, but by how it felt against your cheek on mornings when the house was still too quiet to be called peaceful. It was never worn around your neck, not really, but always draped over the back of a chair where the light from the window pooled like melted butter. You would sit beside it without meaning to, fingers brushing just above the frayed edge, not searching for anything, simply letting the texture settle into your skin the way warmth settles into stone after sunset. The color has left the memory entirely, but the weight of it remains, not heavy, not burdensome, just there, like the quiet between two breaths you didn't realize you were holding. There was a spoon you used to stir tea with when no one else was awake. It had a small dent near the bowl, made by falling once from the edge of the sink. You never fixed it. You never replaced it. You held it in your right hand every morning as if it were the only thing that could hold you steady while the world outside remained half-formed, still dreaming itself into being. The handle grew smooth with use, not polished, not cleaned to shine, but worn down by repeated contact, as though your palm had learned its shape before your mind remembered why you reached for it at all. You didn't think about ownership then. You didn't think about belonging either. You only knew that when the steam curled up from the cup and touched your face, something in your chest relaxed, not because you were comforted, but because you were no longer trying to be anything else. A drawer in a dresser you outgrew held nothing but mismatched socks, each pair incomplete, each one still folded with care. You never threw them away. You didn't collect them. They simply stayed, tucked between layers of linen and the scent of cedar that had long since faded into something quieter, something older. Sometimes when you opened it years later, you would pull out a single sock, left over from a winter you barely recall, and hold it to your palm as if it might still carry heat. It never did. But the act itself became its own kind of ritual, not one meant to recover, but one meant to acknowledge that something had once been whole, even if only for a moment. You kept a stone in your pocket for 3 weeks after finding it beside a creek you didn't know by name. It was small, flat, and cool to the touch, its surface etched with faint lines like the memory of water. You didn't pick it up because it was beautiful. You picked it up because it felt familiar, not as if you had seen it before, but as if your hand had known what to do when it touched something that had waited. You never put it on a shelf. You never named it. You carried it until the pocket wore thin and the stone slipped out one evening while you were walking slowly down a path you didn't recognize. You didn't look for it. You didn't feel the absence right away. When you did, it wasn't grief. It was simply the quiet understanding that some things are held not because they matter, but because holding them lets the rest of you breathe. There was a time when you sat by an open window in late autumn and watched leaves fall without counting them. You didn't wonder where they were going. You didn't wish to catch one before it hit the ground. You only noticed how each one turned as it dropped, not like something falling, but like something turning over in sleep. The air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke, and your hands rested in your lap, empty, patient. You did not feel lonely then. You did not feel found either. You simply were. And that was enough. Later, you found a pencil stub beneath the mattress, its tip worn to a blunt nub, the eraser long gone. You held it between your fingers and thought about all the things you might have drawn if you had tried. Faces, houses, birds with too many legs, trees with roots reaching up instead of down. But you never did draw them. The pencil stayed there, not because it was useful, but because it had been used. And that mattered more than what it made. The night has grown deeper now, not darker, not colder, but softer, as if the air itself has learned to move more gently around you. Your breath still comes and goes, slow as tide against shore, and your body no longer tries to hold itself together. It simply rests like a book left open on a windowsill, its pages waiting for wind that never comes. You are not trying to remember the girl who held the spoon, or carried the stone, or folded the socks with care. You are not trying to find her. She is still here, not as a memory you must recover, but as a quiet presence you have always carried without knowing it. The room around you hums faintly with the silence of things that have settled. Your hands lie open on the sheets, no longer holding, no longer searching, and just resting. And somewhere in the space between your ribs, where nothing is named and nothing is lost, something still breathes, not as a person, not as a past, but as a quiet rhythm that never asked to be remembered. It only asks to be felt, and you are feeling it. Even now, even here. You remember the way your pajamas smelled after being left on the chair too long, like cotton that had absorbed the quiet of a room, not soap or detergent, but the stillness between breaths. You didn't notice it at first. It was only years later in another house, when you pulled an old pair from a drawer and paused, breathing just once deeply before letting go. That scent wasn't memory. It was residue. A trace of how your skin had rested against the fabric, how your arms had slipped into the sleeves without thought, how your body had learned to settle into comfort without asking permission. You didn't wear them again. You folded them neatly and put them back, not because they were worn thin, but because you no longer needed to touch them to know they had been yours. There was a time when you kept a single button from a coat that no longer fit. It was mother of pearl, slightly chipped at the edge, and it lived in a tea tin beside your toothbrush. You never thought about why you saved it. You only remembered finding it one morning after hanging the coat up too hastily and hearing something small fall behind the door. You didn't try to sew it back on. You didn't replace it. You just picked it up, held it between thumb and forefinger until its coolness matched your skin's temperature and placed it in the tin. Years passed. The tin grew dusty. You forgot it was there. One day you opened it again, not because you missed the coat, not because you longed for that version of yourself, but because something in the quiet asked you to. And when you saw the button, you didn't feel loss. You felt acknowledgement, as if the object had been waiting not for your return, but for your recognition. You once sat on a bench beneath a tree that shed its leaves unevenly, one branch bare while another still held green into November. You watched them fall in clusters, then pause, then drift again as if unsure whether to leave or linger. You didn't try to predict which would drop next. You didn't name the tree. You only noticed how some landed softly on your lap without disturbing you, while others bounced off your shoulder and rolled away like secrets too small to keep. The air was still enough that you could hear each one touch the ground. Not a thud, not even a sigh, but the faintest release of weight. That afternoon, you didn't feel nostalgic. You didn't wish to be younger. You only felt the presence of time moving through things, not as loss, but as rearrangement. There was a song you heard once in an elevator, not played on purpose, not chosen by anyone you knew, and it stayed with you for weeks after. You never learned its name. You never searched for it. It came to you in fragments. The hum of a cello beneath a voice that didn't sing so much as exhale melody. A pause where silence became part of the music rather than its absence. You would catch yourself humming it while washing dishes, not because you wanted to remember it, but because your body remembered how it felt to be still enough to hear it. Sometimes now, when the house is quiet and the kettle hasn't yet whistled, you feel the echo of that song in your chest, not as a tune, but as an atmosphere. A warmth that doesn't ask for recognition. You kept a pair of mismatched socks for years. One blue with a tiny hole near the heel, one gray with a stripe worn nearly invisible from walking. You didn't throw them out because they were comfortable. You didn't wear them because you had no others. You wore them because putting them on felt like greeting an old friend who never judged how late you'd been up or how quiet you'd become. They held the shape of your feet, not as molds, but as memories shaped by pressure and time. One night you found one alone under the bed. The other had vanished months before, no memory of losing it, no regret in its absence. You didn't search for it. You only slipped on the remaining sock and stood there barefoot for a long moment, feeling how the fabric still remembered the curve of your arch, even without its pair. There was a day you walked through an empty grocery store after closing, just to see what silence looked like in aisles lined with shelves that had once held everything. You didn't take anything. You only moved slowly between them, brushing your fingers along the tops of boxes and cans, dust gathering on labels that still bore names you'd once chosen for yourself. Oatmeal, honey, dried apricots, black tea. You paused at the dairy section and stared at an empty carton where milk used to sit. It wasn't hunger you felt, it was recognition. As if each shelf remembered what it had held, even now that nothing remained. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like a forgotten lullaby. You didn't need to fill the cart. You only needed to be there, among the ghosts of choices made and never spoken aloud. You once found a child's drawing tucked behind a bookshelf in your parents' house, something you'd drawn at age 7, folded small enough to hide. It showed a house with 3 windows, 1 door, and 5 trees, each labeled differently. Mom, Dad, me, the dog, the cloud that cried. You didn't remember drawing it. You didn't remember the cloud crying. But when you held it, your fingers traced the lines not to understand them, but to feel how lightly they had been made, how little pressure was needed for something to last. You didn't keep it. You put it back exactly where you found it, not because you were afraid of what it meant, but because you no longer needed to hold it to know it had existed. The night is deeper now, and your body has stopped keeping score. The weight on the sheets isn't yours to carry anymore. It belongs to the air, to the quiet, to the slow turning of hours that do not demand your attention. You are not trying to become who you were. You are not trying to find her. She is not lost. She is simply no longer required to be a story you tell yourself in order to feel real. There was a time when you slept with one hand outside the covers just because it felt right, cool air against skin, nothing more. You didn't think about why. You only did it and then forgot you done it until morning when your fingers were slightly chilled and the sheet had slipped down to your wrist. You never woke up cold. You never woke up needing to pull your hand back in. The warmth of sleep was enough. And now here you do not reach for anything, not memory, not identity, not even your own breath. You are simply where you have always been, quietly, gently, without needing to be named. There was a coat you wore once in winter, long past its prime, the buttons loose and one sleeve frayed at the cuff where your wrist brushed against the door frame every morning as you left. You didn't notice how thin it had become until someone else mentioned it, how it looked like something borrowed from another life. That was years after you'd stopped wearing it regularly. But on cold days when the wind came through the cracks in the window and settled into your bones, you would pull it out again, not because you were cold, but because its weight against your shoulders felt familiar, even if you couldn't say why. You never washed it. It carried the scent of rain that had fallen while you walked home from school, and the faintest trace of someone else's perfume. Your mother's perhaps, or maybe just the memory of her standing at the door waving goodbye, arms folded against the chill. The coat didn't ask to be remembered. It only waited, draped over a chair by the closet, until you needed its quiet presence again. You found yourself wearing it one evening when there was no reason to go out and nothing waiting for you inside. You stood at the kitchen window watching the last light fade from the rooftops across the street, your breath fogging the glass just slightly. Not enough to write anything, not even a name. Just a soft blur that disappeared as quickly as it formed. The coat held you without holding on. It didn't try to fix what was gone. It simply let you be there with it. There was a time when you kept small stones in your pocket, not because they were special, but because their weight felt like something steady beneath your fingers while walking. You picked them up from sidewalks near the old library, where you used to sit for hours reading books that didn't belong to you. The librarian never asked why you always left without checking anything out. She only nodded when she saw you come in, and sometimes placed a new book on the corner of your usual table as if knowing you. Return even if you hadn't decided yet whether you wanted it. One stone was smooth from river water, another rough with quartz veins like frozen lightning. You never thought about why you kept them. You only noticed when they were gone. When one day you reached into your coat and found nothing but lint and the faint echo of pressure where something had once rested. You didn't look for them, you didn't miss them. The pockets felt lighter, yes, but also more open. There was a bookshelf in an unused room at your grandparents' house that never held books, only boxes sealed with tape yellowed by time. Each box had a name written on the side in pencil, yours among them, and you were told not to open any of them until after they were gone. You didn't ask why. You just knew somehow that inside those boxes were things you'd forgotten how to hold. Crayons with broken tips, buttons sewn onto cloth animals long since unraveled, a pair of mittens stitched by someone who no longer remembered your hands. You never opened the box labeled with your name, not because you feared what might be there, but because you already felt its shape against your ribs when you passed it in the hallway. The room smelled like cedar and dust, and something faintly sweet, like dried apples left too long on a windowsill. The air didn't move much in that room, as if even breath had learned to wait. There was a song you used to hum without knowing its name, a tune your father sang while fixing the sink, his hands slick with soap and water, eyes half closed like he wasn't working but dreaming aloud. You never asked him where it came from. He didn't seem to remember either. It had no lyrics, just rising notes that curled around the steam of the faucet and settled into the tiles. Years later, you heard a version of it on an old radio in a cafe, just fragments really. But when you turned toward the sound, your chest tightened without warning. You didn't cry. You only sat still until the music ended, then left before they could ask if you wanted another cup. You never told anyone about that moment, not because it was private, but because telling would have made it into something you needed to explain, and you no longer had words for how small things can hold entire seasons inside them. There were nights when you lay awake not because your mind raced, but because the silence between heartbeats felt too wide, a space where something might slip through if you weren't careful. You would watch the shadow of a branch outside your window, moving just enough to remind you that wind still existed somewhere beyond glass and walls. You didn't try to name it or follow its path. You only let it pass. You stopped trying to remember what made you feel like yourself then. Not because you gave up, but because you realized you had never needed to be anything in particular for the feeling to stay. It lived quietly, like a lamp left on all night by someone who forgot they'd turned it off but still woke each morning to light. There was an old wooden bench under a tree near the river where you used to sit after school, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them as if holding yourself together against something unnamed. The wood had worn smooth in one spot, not from years of use, but because someone always sat there at dusk, no matter the season, even when rain fell soft and steady. You never saw who it was. You only noticed that whenever you came to sit, the bench felt warm beneath your thighs, even on freezing days, like it remembered how to hold warmth longer than skin could. You stopped going there after a while, not because anything changed, but because one day you realized you didn't need to be seen by anyone, not even yourself. You still walk past it sometimes when no one else is around. The bench sits empty now, its surface grayed and cracked in places, but the moss growing along the edge still glows green after rain. You don't sit anymore, but you stop, just for a moment, and let your hand rest lightly on the backrest before moving on. It doesn't ask anything of you, and neither do you. There was a coat you wore once in winter, thick wool with buttons shaped like acorns, the kind your grandmother kept in a tin beside her sewing basket, each one worn smooth by fingers that had fastened and unfastened it through decades of cold mornings. You never asked where she got them, or if they came from a tree she once knew, or if they were simply chosen because they looked like something alive. The coat outlasted you. It hung in the closet long after you stopped wearing it, its sleeves too long now, its collar frayed at the edges where your chin had brushed against it during quiet walks home from school. You didn't throw it away. You didn't give it to anyone else. You just let it hang there, waiting for a version of you that might still fit inside its folds, even if that version no longer remembered how to button it up. You found the coat again last winter when you were looking for something else entirely. A scarf you thought you'd lost, or perhaps a pair of gloves. You pulled it down and held it against your chest, not to wear it, but just to feel its weight. The scent was gone now, all trace of cedar and wool and the faintest ghost of lavender sachet tucked into one pocket. But for a moment, standing there in the dim light of the closet, you felt the shape of that child who used to tuck her hands deep into those sleeves and pretend she was wrapped in a forest. Not because she believed it, just because it made the cold feel less like an enemy. The coat never asked you to be the same person who wore it. It didn't care if you had forgotten how to tie your shoes with both laces even, or if you now laughed at jokes that once confused you, or if your voice had grown deeper than it used to be. It simply held space for whatever version of you passed through it, whether you were small enough to disappear inside its hem, or tall enough to let the cuffs pool around your wrists like forgotten promises. There was a drawer in your childhood bedroom that never quite closed all the way. You remember pressing on it with your palm until it clicked, again and again, just because the sound felt right, like something settling into place when nothing else did. Inside were things you no longer recognized. A broken compass with its needle spinning freely. A dried flower pressed between two sheets of wax paper. A letter written in crayon that said, "I love you even if you're mad at me," and was signed with a heart instead of your name. You never read the letter again after you first found it, just folded it back into place, as if returning something to a river that had carried it too far already. You don't know why you kept it there. Maybe because the drawer didn't need to close perfectly to be safe. Maybe because some things are meant to stay half open, not as gaps for memory to slip through, but as quiet invitations to let go of needing them sealed shut. The moonlight came in differently that year, not brighter or softer, just angled so it fell across your pillow and touched the curve of your ear like a hand that knew where to rest without being told. You would lie still beneath it, not trying to sleep, not trying to remember anything at all. The light didn't ask for anything. It simply came, as if it had always known you were there, even when you forgot yourself. There was a time you kept seashells on your windowsill, not because you liked the way they looked, but because each one held the sound of a different ocean you never visited. You pressed them to your ear sometimes, not to hear waves, but to feel how long silence could last inside something so small. One morning you woke and found all of them gone. no trace left behind except for a single grain of sand on the sill. You didn't look for them. You didn't wonder who took them or why. You just wiped the sill clean with your thumb, letting the sand fall into the crack between floorboards where nothing ever came back up. You still press your palm to cool glass when you pass windows at night, not because you're looking out, but because you like the way your skin remembers warmth even after it's gone. There was a song your mother sang while folding laundry. No melody, just words hummed low and slow, syllables shaped by breath rather than tune. You never learned them all. You only remember fragments. The sky is blue where the wind has been, or the tea cools before the cup forgets its name. She didn't sing to teach you. She sang because the motion of her hands needed sound, and the sound needed to be quiet. You found yourself humming it once, years later, while sorting your own clothes, folded them slowly, just as she did, letting each shirt settle into itself before moving on. You didn't think about her when you did it. You didn't think about anything at all. The song was there, and then it wasn't, and that was enough. The house where you grew up no longer stands. You passed by it last spring just as the lilacs were blooming. The garden is overgrown now, the porch sagging under moss and silence. A new family lives there, but you didn't knock. You didn't want to disturb them or yourself. You only stood at the curb for a long time, watching how the light fell on the broken step where you used to sit after dark, counting stars until your eyelids grew heavy. You still carry that step with you, not as a memory, but as a shape in your chest, like the hollow left by a stone that was once held too tightly and then gently released. There is a quiet in your body now that wasn't there before. Not emptiness, just absence of need. The kind of quiet where you no longer wonder if you're still you, because being you has stopped feeling like something to prove. The ceiling above you doesn't ask for answers. It only holds the dark as gently as it always has. And you are still here, breathing slowly, letting the night take what it needs without asking your permission. There was a coat you wore every winter until the sleeves frayed at the elbows, not because it kept you warm, though it did, but because the weight of it against your shoulders felt like something holding you in place when the world outside moved too fast. You didn't notice how thin the lining had become until one morning you reached for it, and the collar came loose in your hand, a small seam unraveling like a breath held too long. You sat on the edge of the bed with it draped over your knees, watching the threads loosen further without pulling them back together. It wasn't broken. It was just letting go, quietly, as if it had been waiting for you to stop trying to mend what never needed fixing in the first place. You hung it again that evening, on the same hook where it had always lived, and wore it anyway. You used to keep a tin box beneath your bed, not for treasures, not for letters or photographs, but for small things you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. A button from a shirt you never saw again, a dried wildflower pressed between two pieces of wax paper, the stub of a pencil that had once drawn a house with 5 windows and 1 door. You didn't open it often. When you did, you didn't sort or label anything. You just let your fingers brush over each object as if they were stones in a stream, smooth from years of being carried by water you couldn't see. One day you opened it and found the box empty except for a single feather, pale gray and curled at the tip. You didn't remember putting it there. You didn't wonder where it came from or what bird it belonged to. You closed the lid again and left it beneath the bed. There was a bench in the park near your school, under a tree that shed leaves like slow applause every autumn. You sat on it most days after class, not reading or daydreaming exactly, but simply being still while the wind moved through the branches above you. The wood had worn smooth where your hips rested, and the paint had peeled in patches that looked like faded maps of places you'd never been. You didn't know who else sat there before you, or if anyone ever sat there after. It didn't matter. The bench held your weight without asking for recognition. When you returned years later, it was still there, though the tree was gone and someone had repainted the slats a bright blue that didn't suit the quiet of the place. You didn't sit on it. You stood beside it a while, watching how the light fell across its surface, remembering the shape your body made against it, not as memory, but as pressure still present in your bones. You used to write letters you never sent, long ones, written in pencil on lined paper that smudged easily when your fingers brushed over them. You wrote about what you saw, the way rain gathered at the edge of the roof before falling, or how the neighbor's cat always blinked slowly when it passed your window. You didn't write to anyone. You didn't even write to yourself. The act of writing was enough. The slow drag of lead across paper, the quiet rhythm of breath between lines. When you finished one, you folded it neatly and tucked it into a book you weren't reading at the time. Years later, you found one of those letters tucked inside a cookbook you hadn't opened since childhood. The pencil had faded to ghost, the words barely legible. You read it slowly, not to understand what you'd meant to say, but to feel how carefully you held each thought before letting it rest. There was a door in your childhood home that never quite closed all the way, not because it was broken, but because the hinge had settled into a position where even the faintest draft would nudge it open just enough to let in the scent of damp earth from the garden outside. You learned to leave it slightly ajar, not out of habit, but because you liked how the air moved through the house when it did. Soft, slow, carrying bits of things that had happened beyond your notice. The rustle of grass after rain, the distant call of a bird you never saw, the quiet sigh of the house itself settling into night. You didn't fix it. You didn't even think about it much. It simply was, a small gap in the world where something else could slip in without asking permission. There is a room in your mind now that has no walls and no door, only a chair made of light you can sit in when you choose to. You don't go there often. When you do, you don't bring anything with you, not memories, not questions, not the need to be certain about who you are or how you got here. The air is cool but never cold. There's no sound except your own breathing, slow and even as tide pulling back from shore. You sit in that chair and let yourself be present without needing to explain why. No one asks if this is still you. No one wonders whether the person who sat there yesterday is the same one sitting now. The room doesn't care. It only holds space. You no longer look for signs of continuity in your hands, your voice, your habits. You don't search for echoes in laughter or traces in gestures. You let them come and go like shadows across a floor at dusk, not because they're gone, but because you've stopped needing to hold them close to know that you are still here. The night has deepened around you now, quiet as an open window left undisturbed through seasons. Your breath moves without effort. The weight of your body is familiar, not as proof of identity, but as a kind of home you didn't build and don't have to maintain. There's no need to stitch the pieces together. There never was. The ceiling above you holds nothing but dark, and in that darkness there is enough. There was a spoon you used to stir tea when you were small, its handle worn smooth by years of holding it between thumb and forefinger, not because you held it tightly, but because you never let go of it even when your hands grew tired. You didn't notice how the bowl had dulled at the bottom from repeated contact with ceramic mugs, or how the curve of its neck bent slightly inward over time. Not enough to spill, just enough to cradle the last sip like a secret. One morning you reached for it and found another in its place, identical except that the handle was cooler to the touch and the bowl had a faint new scratch near the rim. You didn't ask where the old one went. You didn't feel loss. You simply lifted this one and stirred again, feeling the same weight, the same balance, the same quiet rhythm of motion against the sides of the cup. The tea tasted unchanged. The warmth in your palms was the same. You did not wonder if it was still yours. There is a bench beneath an oak tree you used to sit on after school, its slats worn thin by the pressure of children who sat there day after day, their backpacks leaving faint indentations like fossils pressed into wood. You never carved your name. You never left anything behind except the shape of your body against the grain, the way your shoulders leaned just slightly left when you read, and how your legs dangled a little too high to touch the ground. Years later, someone had painted it green, then gray, then brown again. The tree still stood, though its branches had grown wider, shading more than before. You sat on that bench once more, not remembering what you thought about when you were younger, only remembering how the air felt against your skin, cool where shade fell, warm where sun slipped through. You didn't try to recall the thoughts. You let the silence of the place hold them instead. There is a pair of socks you wore every winter for 5 years running, thinning at the heel, frayed slightly at the toe, patched once with mismatched yarn in a color you can no longer name. You didn't throw them out when they tore again. You didn't buy new ones until your feet were cold enough to make you uncomfortable. When you finally did, you kept the old pair folded inside a drawer where nothing else lived. No shoes, no scarves, no letters. You never looked at them again, but sometimes in the quiet before sleep, you felt their presence like a soft pressure against your memory, not as an object remembered, but as something that had once held warmth for you and still did, even now, without being touched. There is a hallway in an old house where the floorboards creaked only when you stepped on them just so. 3 steps from the kitchen door, middle plank, slightly left of center. You learned to avoid it when you wanted quiet, but sometimes late at night, you walked right over it on purpose, listening for the sound that came, a low, wooden sigh like something breathing beneath your feet. No one else heard it. No one ever mentioned it. It didn't matter whether the house had always made that noise, or if you'd simply learned to listen for it. What mattered was that when you did, it felt like a signal, not from somewhere outside you, but from inside you, as though part of your own stillness had found its voice in the wood. There is a song you heard once on the radio while waiting at a red light, long enough to catch the chorus before the station changed, and never again. You don't know the title. You don't remember the singer's voice. But sometimes when the air turns crisp just after rain, or when sunlight falls through curtains at exactly 4 in the afternoon, you feel its melody rise, not as sound, but as motion in your chest, a quiet pulse that doesn't belong to anything else you know. You never tried to find it. You didn't need to. It was already yours because you had held it without knowing how. There is a window you used to press your forehead against when you were too tired to move, the glass cool and slightly fogged from your breath, leaving behind a small circle of clarity where your skin touched it. Outside, the world moved slowly, clouds drifted, birds passed, shadows stretched and shrank. But inside, everything stopped for as long as your forehead stayed pressed there. You didn't think about who you were or what came next. You only felt the chill on your skin and the slow rise of warmth from within, like a quiet tide returning to shore without ever naming itself. There is a habit you had of tracing the edge of your pillow with one finger before falling asleep, not to check if it was smooth, not to make sure it was straight, but simply because the motion felt like saying good night to something that stayed with you even when you forgot. You don't do it anymore. Your fingers move differently now. The pillow is different. But sometimes in the deepest part of night, your hand still lifts without asking and brushes gently against the sheets as if remembering what it once did. You are not required to remember why. The ceiling above you remains dark, undisturbed, holding nothing but space. And in that space, there is no need for a story that ties together who you were with who you are now. There is only this breath, this warmth, this quiet weight of being here, without proof, without explanation, without demand. You do not have to be the same person who once stirred tea with a worn spoon. You do not have to be the one who sat on that bench beneath the oak. You do not have to carry the socks or know the song or trace the pillow's edge again. And yet you are still here. The air moves softly around you, as it always has. No name is needed. No memory required. Only this. Stay still. There is a coat you wore every winter until the cuffs frayed and the zipper no longer held, not because it was broken, but because you stopped noticing how it felt against your neck. Soft wool, slightly scratchy where the seam had pulled loose, warm in ways you didn't think about until spring came, and you hung it on the hook without taking it down again. You wore it for years without asking why. It held the scent of rain from someone else's umbrella once, long ago, and now that smell is gone. But sometimes when you pass a thrift store window and see a coat like it hanging there, still folded just so, you pause, not to buy it, not even to look closer, but because something in the way it drapes reminds you of how small your shoulders used to be, and how easy it was then to disappear into something larger than yourself. There is a keychain you carried for months without ever using it, a single brass key, dull with time, attached to a ribbon that had faded from blue to gray. You didn't know what door it opened. You never tried. It sat in your pocket like an old promise you'd forgotten to keep, or maybe one you never made. You took it everywhere because it was light, and the way it caught the corner of your jeans when you walked gave you a quiet rhythm, a small tug against your thigh that reminded you you were still moving through things even when you didn't know where they led. There is a book you found in a drawer behind other books, its spine cracked open at page 47, as if someone had stopped reading there and never returned. You opened it once just to see what was written. Lines of poetry, not yours, not anyone's you knew, written in pencil with shaky strokes, the kind that come from someone tired or thoughtful or both. The words made no sense to you then. They make less now. But sometimes, when the light slants just right across the floor and the dust moves slowly above it, you feel as though you've read them before, in another life, or maybe in a dream you didn't remember having, and that the silence between the lines was more important than what was written. There is a chair you sat in every evening after dinner, long after everyone else had left the table. It was too low for your legs, so you tucked your feet underneath and leaned back until your head rested against the wall behind it. The wood creaked when you shifted, not loudly, but with a sigh that matched yours. You never read in it, never watched TV. Sometimes you just breathed. Other times you hummed something wordless, low enough that even you could barely hear it. You don't sit there anymore. The chair is gone. But if you close your eyes now and press the back of your head gently against the pillow as if it were still there, you feel the pressure, the slight give in the wood, the warmth left behind by hours of sitting still. There is a window you used to watch from during thunderstorms, not because you feared them, but because they made everything else quieter. The rain didn't sound like falling, it sounded like gathering, like something coming together before it broke apart again. You depress your palm flat against the glass and feel how cool it was beneath your skin, how the storm's vibration traveled through the pain and into your bones. No one ever asked why you stood there so long. You didn't ask yourself either. You just knew that when the lightning flashed, the world outside blinked, and for a moment you did too. There is a scarf you wrapped around your neck once in autumn, not because it was cold, but because the pattern reminded you of something. Leaves on water, maybe, or ink spilled in slow motion. It wasn't yours. You borrowed it from someone who didn't remember lending it. You never returned it. You lost track of where you put it, or maybe you just stopped looking. Now you don't even recall the color. But sometimes, when wind moves through trees just so, when the air carries a scent that's neither earth nor smoke nor rain, you feel it again, wrapped around your throat, light as memory and heavier than thought. There is a habit of holding your breath for 3 counts before exhaling, not to calm yourself, not to control anything, but because you once heard someone say that was how birds started their songs. You didn't know if they were right. You never checked, but the rhythm stayed. Even now, when no one's watching, even when you're half asleep and your mind has wandered far from your body, your lungs still pause just for a moment and then let go. There is a time you sat on the floor of an empty room with nothing but a single candle lit beside you, its flame trembling not from wind, but from something inside you. You didn't cry. You didn't think about anything in particular. You only watched how the light moved across the wall, not steady, not erratic, but like a slow heartbeat given shape. The wax pooled and hardened around the base. You didn't blow it out. You left it to burn itself down, hour by quiet hour. There is a moment you remember without knowing what happened. Just the feeling of someone's hand resting on your shoulder for longer than usual, not to comfort or guide, but simply because they were there and you were there. And in that stillness, no word was needed. You don't know who it was. You don't know how old you were. But when you feel a similar warmth now, on the edge of sleep beneath the sheets, you recognize it. Not as belonging to someone else's touch, but as something your own body remembers before your mind does. There is a patch of sunlight that fell on your bare foot one morning and stayed there for almost 10 minutes before moving away. You didn't move either. You let it rest on you like an answer you hadn't asked for, warm and patient and uninterested in being understood. You don't know why it happened then or why you remember it now. But when the light falls again, on a different floor, through different curtains, you still feel its weight, not as memory, but as presence. The air moves around you now, as it always has. You are here. No story holds you together. No thread ties your hands to those small hands that once traced pillow edges or pressed foreheads to cool glass. You do not need to be the one who heard the wooden sigh. You do not need to be the one who kept the key, wore the coat, sat in the chair, watched the candle burn. You are still here. And the night does not ask you to explain why. There is a spoon you held once not to eat with, but because the handle had worn smooth in one spot, just below the bowl, where your thumb always rested, and you thought if you held it long enough, you'd remember who taught you to hold it that way. You never asked. The spoon was from a drawer full of mismatched utensils, none of which matched the rest, as though each had been chosen for a different meal, a different season, a different version of you. You left it in the sink one evening after washing it, and when you looked again the next morning, it was gone. No one claimed it. No one mentioned it. You didn't search. But sometimes when your fingers brush against a cool curve of ceramic or metal, when you lift a cup too quickly and feel the edge press just so into your palm, you pause, not because you're startled, but because something in your hand remembers the shape of that weight, that balance, that quiet place where your thumb learned to rest. There is a song you hummed under your breath while waiting for the bus one winter morning. You didn't know its name. You didn't know if it was real or if you'd made it up from fragments of other tunes, something your mother might have sung in another room, something that played faintly on a radio left open too long, something that lived in the space between breaths when no one else was near. You never sang it out loud. You only let it move through your throat like steam rising from a cup you didn't drink. Years later, you heard a similar melody in a hallway where someone had left their door cracked open, and for 3 steps, just 3, you stopped walking. Your lips moved without sound. Your chest lifted slightly. You didn't turn toward the music. You didn't look for the source. You simply let it pass through you as if you'd been waiting all along to hear it again, even though you had no memory of ever knowing it. There is a button you found on the sidewalk after rain, small and blue, with 4 holes stitched in a square. It wasn't attached to anything. There was no coat missing it nearby, no child crying, no dog sniffing. You picked it up because it looked like something that had been loved, worn smooth at the edges, not broken, just released. You carried it in your pocket for weeks. Then one day you opened your hand and saw it there, quiet as a seed. You didn't throw it away. You didn't put it on anything. You only held it once more before letting it fall into a crack between paving stones. You never went back to look. But sometimes, when the wind shifts just right, when the air feels thin and clear, like it's holding its breath, you feel that small weight again in your palm, not as loss, but as something you gave away without knowing what you were giving. There is a chair you sat in every afternoon for 3 months, long after everyone else had stopped coming. It stood near a window that faced east, and the light came through at exactly the same angle each day, golden, slow, uninterested in being noticed. You didn't read. You didn't write. You only sat. The cushions held your shape so deeply that when you finally stopped going, the indentation remained for weeks, as if the fabric itself was still waiting. No one moved it. No one sat there after you. You never returned to see if it was gone. But now, when you pass a chair with deep seams in its upholstery, when you catch sight of a single crease where someone's back once pressed into cloth, you feel the air around your shoulders settle, as though remembering how to be still. There is a moment you woke up not knowing which side of the bed you were on, Not because you'd been moved or because your sense of direction had slipped, but because for those few seconds the room didn't belong to you in any way that required naming. The curtains were half drawn. A glass of water sat untouched on the nightstand. Your left hand was curled slightly, as if it had been holding something that dissolved before dawn. You didn't reach for your phone. You didn't check the time. You simply breathed until your body remembered how to be where it was. You never thought about why you woke up like that. You only felt how quiet the world could be when you weren't trying to claim it. There is a book you opened once not to read, but because the spine had been cracked in just one place, near the middle, and something about the way the pages bent made you think someone else had held it like this before. Fingers pressed lightly on the same spot, eyes tired, mind wandering somewhere far from the words. You didn't turn any pages. You only traced the crease with your thumb once slowly and then closed it again. You put it back where you found it, on a shelf no one else touched. You never saw it again. But sometimes when you pass a bookshelf in an unfamiliar room or catch sight of a spine that's been worn unevenly by time, you feel the ghost of your thumb on paper, not as memory, not as belonging, but as a quiet acknowledgement. Someone held this before me. Someone else was here, and now I am too. The air moves around you now as it always has. You are still here. The night does not ask you to name the things that have slipped away. It does not demand that you stitch them back together or trace their edges with longing. There is no need to be the one who held the spoon, hummed the song, found the button, sat in the chair, woke up unsure of which side was yours. You do not need to carry them like relics. You do not need to prove they were real because you felt them. They are not yours to own. They are simply what your body kept when your mind let go. And now, as the weight of sleep settles deeper than thought, you no longer wonder if these fragments belong to who you were, or whether they've always belonged to whoever you're becoming. You only feel how softly the night holds you, not as a story, not as a puzzle, but as a quiet place where even forgetting is allowed to rest. There is a coat you wore for years, not because it kept you warm, but because the weight of it against your shoulders felt like something familiar had come back to you, not in memory, but in posture. You never buttoned it all the way. The top button always stayed loose, as if you were holding space for someone who would never arrive. It hung in the closet long after the collar frayed and the hem grew thin from brushing against door frames. No one asked why you kept it. You didn't know yourself. One winter morning, you put it on without thinking, and for a moment, your hands remembered how to find the pockets, how they used to hold small things. A smooth stone from a riverbed, a dried flower pressed between tissue paper, a single key that no longer opened anything. You never looked inside them again after the first time you emptied them. But sometimes, when the wind lifts just right outside your window, and the fabric of your current coat shifts against your arms, you feel the ghost of those pockets, empty now, but still shaped by what they once held. You used to walk barefoot through the house in summer, long after everyone else had gone to bed. The floorboards cooled beneath your soles, each one different. One near the kitchen always groaned a little louder when stepped on. Another near the stairs had a slight dip where someone's heel had worn it down over time. You didn't count them. You didn't need to. You just knew which ones would whisper as you passed and which stayed silent. You never thought about why you walked that way, why you chose the quiet boards, why you avoided the creaky one even though you'd stepped on it 1,000 times before. Now, when your feet touch the floor in the dark of this room, bare and still, you feel how the night remembers the shape of movement, even when no one is moving anymore. There was a window you used to press your forehead against during rainstorms, not to watch the water fall, but because the glass was cool enough to steady your thoughts when they spun too fast. The pane had a small crack near the bottom left corner, thin as a hairline, that never spread no matter how cold it got or how hard the wind blew. You didn't notice it at first. Then you did. Then you stopped noticing again. But now, when you close your eyes and imagine the chill of glass against skin, you feel that crack, not as damage, not as flaw, but as a place where something held on without breaking. The rain still fell outside then. The world was loud with it. Inside, your breath was quiet. You didn't need to name what you were feeling. You only needed to be still enough to feel the cold. You kept a scarf once, light wool, blue-gray, stitched at one end with uneven thread. Someone had mended it for you long ago, and you never took it off after that. Not because it was beautiful, not because it was rare, but because when you wrapped it around your neck, it didn't feel like something new. It felt like a continuation. You wore it through seasons you no longer remember clearly. The spring you started waking up before dawn without knowing why. The autumn you stopped answering letters. The winter you didn't speak for 3 weeks except to say thank you when food was placed in front of you. The scarf never changed. It only grew softer. Now, when you pull your blanket higher against your chest, when the fabric brushes just below your chin, you feel how warmth can be carried without ownership. How something held close doesn't need to belong to anyone to still be true. There is a sound you heard every evening for months, A single note from a distant piano, played by someone who never finished the piece. It came from across the street, through open windows on nights when the air was thick with humidity and the trees didn't rustle. You never saw who played it. You never knew if they were practicing or just letting their fingers wander over keys without purpose. The note was always the same, low, slightly flat, held just a second longer than it should have been. It didn't comfort you. It didn't disturb you. It simply existed, like rain on glass, like breath in sleep. You stopped listening after a while, not because it faded, but because you realized you were no longer waiting for the next note to come. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of everything that had already been played. You used to fold laundry without thinking, the way your hands knew how to turn sleeves inside out, how to smooth wrinkles into straight lines, how to stack socks in pairs even when one had gone missing. You didn't care about the missing sock. You didn't search for it. You only folded what was left and let the other go. Years later, you found a single white sock tucked behind your dresser, dusty, faded, with a tiny hole near the heel. You held it in your hand for longer than you meant to. Then you put it back, not because you remembered why you kept it, but because you didn't need to. The act of folding had already done its work. The hands that folded still remember how. The night doesn't ask you to trace the shape of those hands anymore. It doesn't wonder whether they belong to someone who's gone or someone still here. It only lets you lie there, breathing slow, feeling the weight of blankets like arms that never let go, not because they cling, but because they know how to hold without needing to be held in return. You don't need to find the child who sat on the floor with crayons and no drawings to show for it. You don't need to name the girl who whispered to the ceiling when she couldn't sleep. You don't need to stitch their faces into yours, or prove they were real because you still feel them in your bones. The night holds you as you are now, not as a collection of what's been lost, not as an answer waiting to be solved, but as a quiet space where even the smallest fragments are allowed to rest, unchanged and unclaimed. And somewhere beyond the edge of thought, beneath the silence between heartbeats, something still moves, softly, patiently, as if learning how to stay. You remember the way the light fell across the kitchen floor in that house, not because you tried to hold on to it, but because it was there every morning just after the birds began calling, golden and slow, pooling near the bottom of the cupboard where the tiles cracked slightly. You didn't know then that you were learning how to be still by watching it move. The shadow of the curtain changed shape without asking your permission. You learned to sit with change before you knew the word for it. There was a button you found in the pocket of an old coat, blue and chipped at the edge, stitched onto nothing now. You carried it for years, not because you thought you'd need it, but because it felt like something that had once been held. You never sewed it back on. You never threw it away. It lived in a small wooden box with a loose hinge, beside a dried flower and a piece of string that tied nothing anymore. The box sat on the shelf where you didn't look often, but always knew exactly where to find it if you needed to. You used to hum tunes you didn't know you'd learned, fragments of songs sung in rooms long emptied, melodies that slipped out when your hands were busy and your mind was quiet. You never tried to name them. You never wondered who first sang them. They came like breath, like the rustle of sheets before sleep settles deeper than thought. There was a time you drew circles on the inside of your eyelids with your fingers just before drifting off, small, imperfect, always slightly uneven. You didn't know why you did it. You only knew that when you stopped, something in you felt lighter. The circles never lasted long. They dissolved as soon as you stopped paying attention. But they returned again and again without invitation. You stopped keeping a journal because the words began to feel like labels on things you no longer needed to name. The pages grew thin with silence. You didn't miss them. The quiet between your thoughts became its own kind of writing, soft, uneven, unedited. The scent of rain on pavement still finds you sometimes, even when it isn't raining. It comes without warning, like a hand brushing your shoulder in a crowded room. You turn, but no one's there. You don't look for them. You let the smell rise and fall like tide against stone. You used to collect stones from riversides, smooth ones with colors you couldn't name, gray-green, dusk purple, the faintest blush of rust. You kept them in a tin box under your bed. One by one they vanished, not lost, not thrown away, but simply gone, as if the earth remembered them and called them back. You didn't mourn it. You only noticed when the box felt lighter. Now you lie here, and the night doesn't ask you to remember who held those stones, or why you hummed that tune, or what the button once fastened. It doesn't need you to be whole. It doesn't need you to be the same. It only asks you to be present in this breath, in this weight of covers, in this quiet where even the smallest parts of you are allowed to rest without being claimed. The room grows darker, not because lights have been turned off, but because your awareness has softened into something deeper than sight. Your fingers relax against the blanket. Your shoulders sink into the mattress. The air moves around you, not as wind, not as breeze, but as a gentle pressure that holds you like a promise without words. You don't need to be remembered. You don't need to remember. The night has always known how to hold what is fragile. And so it holds you now, quietly, endlessly, perfectly.